Conan the Defender. Sunlight streaming through marble-arched windows illumined the tapestry-hung room. The servants, tongueless so that they could not speak of whom they saw in their master's house, had withdrawn, leaving 5 people to sip their wine in silence. Kentaro Albanus, the host, studied his guests, toying idly with the heavy gold chain that hung across his scarlet tunic. The lone woman pretended to study the intricate weaving of the tapestries. The men concentrated on their wine cups. Mid-morning, Albanus reflected, was exactly the time for such meetings, though it rubbed raw the nerves of his fellows. Traditionally, such were held in the dark of night by desperate men huddled in secret chambers sealed to exclude so much as a moonbeam. Yet who would believe, who could even suspect, that a gathering of Nemedia's finest in the bright light of day, in the very heart of the capital, could be intent on treason? His lean-cheeked face darkened at the thought, and his black eyes became obsidian. With his hawk nose and the slashes of silver at the temples of his dark hair, he looked as if he should have been a general. He had indeed been a soldier, once, for a brief year. When he was but 17, his father had obtained him a commission in the Golden Leopards, the bodyguard regiment of Nemedian kings, since time beyond memory. At his father's death he had resigned. Not for him, working his way up the ladder of rank, no matter how swiftly aided by high birth. Not for one who by blood and temperament should be king. For him nothing could be treason. "Lord Albanus," Barca Vegentius said suddenly, "we have heard much of the special aid you bring to our association. We have heard much, but thus far we have seen nothing." Large and square of face and body, the current commander of the Golden Leopards pronounced his words carefully. He thought to hide his origins by hiding the accents of the slums of Belvorus, and was unaware that everyone knew his deception. "Such careful words to express your doubts, Vegentius," Demetrio Amoranus said. The slender youth touched a perfumed pomander to his nose, but it could not hide the sneer that twisted his almost womanly mouth. "But then you always use careful words, don't you? We all know you are here only to—" "Enough!" Albanus snapped. Both Demetrio and Vegentius, whose face had been growing more purple by the second, subsided like well-trained animals at the crack of the trainer's whip. These squabbles were constant, and he tolerated them no more than he was forced to. Today he would not tolerate them at all. "All of you," Albanus went on, "want something. You, Vegentius, want the generalship you feel King Geryon has denied you. You, Demetrio, want the return of the estates Geryon's father took from your grandfather. And you, Sophana, you want revenge against Geryon because he told you he liked his women younger." "As pleasantly stated as is your custom, Albanus," the lone woman said bitterly. Lady Sophana Galleranus's heart-shaped face was set with violet eyes and framed by a raven mane that hung below her shoulders. Her red silk robe was cut to show both the inner and outer slopes of her generous breasts, and slashed to expose her legs to the hip when she walked. "And what do I want?" the fourth man in the room asked, and everyone started as if they had forgotten he was there. It was quite easy to forget Constanto Melius, for the middle-aged noble was vagueness personified. Thinning hair and the pouches beneath his constantly blinking eyes were his most prominent features, and his intelligence and abilities matched the rest of him. "You want your advice listened to," Albanus replied, "and so it shall be when I am on the throne." It would be listened to for as long as it took to order the man banished, the hawk-faced lord thought. Geryon had made the mistake of rebuffing the fool, then leaving him free in the capital to foment trouble. Albanus would not make the same mistake. "We seem to have passed by what Vegentius said," Sophana said abruptly. "But I, too, would like to see what help we can count on from you, Albanus. Demetrio and Vigentius provide information. Melius and I provide gold to buy disorders in the street, and to pay brigands to burn good grain. You keep your plans to yourself, and tell us about the magics that will make Geryon give the throne to you, if we do these other things as well. I, too, want to see these magics." The others seemed somewhat abashed that she had brought the promised sorcery out into the open, but Albinus merely smiled. Rising, he tugged a brocade bell-pull on the wall before moving to a table at the end of the room, a table where a cloth covered certain objects. Cloth and objects alike Albinus had placed there with his own hands. "Come," he told the others. Suddenly reluctant, they moved to join him slowly. With a flourish, he whisked the cloth aside, enjoying their starts. He knew that the things on that table, a statuette in sapphire, a sword with serpentine blade and quillons of ancient pattern, a few crystals and engraved gems, were, with one exception, practically useless. At least he had found little use prescribed for them in the tomes he had so painfully deciphered. Items of power he kept elsewhere. 10 years earlier, slaves on one of his estates north of Numalia had dug into a subterranean chamber. Luckily, he had been there at the time, been there to recognize it as the storehouse of a sorcerer, been there to see that the luckless slaves were buried in that chamber once he had emptied it. A year it had taken him just to discover how ancient that cache was, dating back to Acheron, that dark empire ruled by the vilest thaumaturgies, and now 3 millennia and more gone in the dust. For all those years he had studied, eschewing a tutor for fear any sorcerer of ability would seize the hoard for his own. It had been a wise decision, for had he been known to be studying magics, he would surely have been caught up in Geryon's purge of sorcerers from the capital. Geryon. Thinking dark thoughts, Albinus lifted a small red crystal sphere from the table. "I mistrust these things," Saphana said, shuddering. "Better we should rely on ways more natural. A subtle poison would provoke a civil war for the succession," Albinus cut her off. "I don't want to tell you again that I have no intention of having to wrest the dragon throne from a half-score of claimants. The throne will be given to me, as I have said." "That," Vigentius grumbled, "I will believe when I see it." Albinus motioned the others to silence as a serving girl entered. Blonde and pale of skin, she was no more than 16 years of age. Her simple white tunic, embroidered about the hem with Albinus's housemark, was slashed to show most of her small breasts and long legs. She knelt immediately on the marble floor, head bent. "Her name is Omphale," the hawk-faced lord said. The girl shifted at the mention of her name, but knew enough not to lift her head. She was but newly enslaved, sold for the debts of her father's shop, but some lessons were quickly learned. Albinus held the red crystal at arm's length in his left hand, making an arcane gesture with his right as he intoned, "An na'al na'atha'an vasti no entei." A flickering spike of flame was suddenly suspended above the crystal, as long as a man's forearm and more solid than a flame should be. Within the pulsing red and yellow, 2 dark spots, uncomfortably like eyes, moved as if examining the room and its occupants. All moved back unconsciously, except for Omphale, who cowered where she knelt, and Albinus. "A fire elemental," Albinus said conversationally. Without changing his tone, he added, "Kill Omphale." The blonde's mouth widened to scream, but before a sound emerged, the elemental darted forward, swelling to envelop her. Jerkily she rose to her feet, twitching in the midst of an egg of flame that slowly opaqued to hide her. The fire hissed, and in the depths of the hiss was a thin shriek, as of a woman screaming in the distance. With the pop of a bursting bubble, the flame disappeared, leaving behind a faint, sickly sweet smell. "Messy," Albinus mused. scuffing with a slippered foot at an oily black smudge on the marble floor where the girl had been. The other's stares were stunned, as if he had transformed into the fabled dragon Zutharkan. Surprisingly, it was Melius who first regained his tongue. "These devices, Albinus, should we not have some of them as well as you?" His pouchy eyes blinked uncomfortably at the other's failure to speak. "As a token that we are all equals," he finished weakly. Albinus smiled. Soon enough he would be able to show them how equal they were. "Of course," he said smoothly. "I've thought of that myself." He gestured to the table. "Choose, and I will tell you what powers your choice possesses." He slipped the red crystal into a pouch at his belt as he spoke. Melius hesitated, reached out, and stopped with his hand just touching the sword. What powers does this have?" "It turns whoever wields it into a master swordsman." Having found that such was the extent of the blade's power, Albinus had researched no further. He had no interest in becoming a warrior hero. He would be king with such to do his bidding. "Take the blade, Melius. Or if you fear it, perhaps Vigentius." Albinus raised a questioning eyebrow at the square-faced soldier. "I need no magics to make me a bladesman," Vigentius sneered. But he made no move to choose something else either. "Demetrio," Albinus said. "Sophana?" "I mislike sorcery," the slender young man replied, openly flinching away from the display on the table. Sophana was made of sterner stuff, but she shook her head just as quickly. "If these sorceries can pull Geryon from the dragon throne, 'tis well enough for me. And they cannot." She met Albinus's gaze for a moment, then turned away. "I'll take the sword," Melius said suddenly. He hefted the weapon, testing the balance, and laughed. "I have no such scruples as Vigentius about how I become a swordsman." Albinus smiled blandly, but slowly his face hardened. "Now hear me," he intoned, fixing each of them in turn with an obsidian eye. "I have shown but a small sampling of the powers that will gain me the throne of Nemedia, and grant your own desires. Know that I will brook no deviation, no meddling that might interfere with my designs. Nothing will stand between me and the dragon crown, nothing. Now go." They backed from his presence as if he already sat on the dragon throne. 1. The tall, muscular youth strode the streets of Belverus, monument-filled and marble-columned capital of Nemedia, with a wary eye and a hand close to the well-worn leather-wrapped hilt of his broadsword. His deep blue eyes and fur-trimmed cloak spoke of the north country. Belverus had seen many northern barbarians in better times, dazzled by the great city and easily separated from their silver or their pittance of gold, though often, not understanding the ways of civilization, they had to be hauled away by the black-cloaked city guard, complaining that they had been duped. This man, however, though only 22, walked with the confidence of one who had trod the paving stones of cities as great or greater, of Arenjan and Shadazar, called the Wicked, of Sultanapur and Agrapur, even the fabled cities of far-off Kitai. He walked the high streets in the market district, not half a mile from the royal palace of Geryon, king of Nemedia, yet he thought he might as well be in Hellgate, the city's thieves' district. The open-fronted shops had display tables out, and crowds moved among them, pricing cloth from Ophir, wines from Argos, goods from Koth and Corinthia, and even Turan. But the peddlers' carts rumbling over the paving stones carried little in the way of foodstuffs, and their prices made him wonder if he could afford to eat in the city for long. Between the shops were huddled beggars, maimed or blind or both, their wailing for alms competing with the hawkers crying their wares. And every street corner had its knot of toughs, hard-eyed, roughly dressed men who fingered sword hilts, or openly sharpened daggers, or weighed cudgels in their fists, as their gazes followed a plump merchant scurrying by, or a lissom shopkeeper's daughter darting through the crowd with nervous eyes. All that was missing were the prostitutes in their brass and copper bangles, sheer shifts cut to display their wares. Even the air had something of the cloying smell he associated with a dozen slums he had seen, a mixture of vomit, urine, and excrement. Suddenly, a fruit cart crossing an intersection was surrounded by half a dozen ruffians in motley bits of finery mixed with rags. The skinny vendor stood silent, eyes down and careworn face red, as they picked over his goods, taking a bite of this and a bite of that, then throwing both into the street. Stuffing the folds of their tunics with fruit, they started away, swaggering, insolent eyes daring anyone to speak. The well-dressed passers-by acted as if the men were invisible. "I don't suppose you'll pay," the vendor moaned without raising his eyes. One of the bravos, an unshaven man wearing a soiled cloak embroidered with thread of gold over a ragged cotton tunic, smiled, showing the blackened stumps of his teeth. "Pay? Here's pay!" His backhand blow split the skinny man's cheek, and the pushcart man collapsed sobbing across his barrow. With a grating laugh, the bravo joined his fellows who had stopped to see the sport, and they shoved their way through the crowd of shoppers, who gave way with no more than a wordless mutter. The muscular northern youth stopped a pace away from the push-cart. "Will you not call the city guard?" he asked curiously. The peddler pushed himself wearily erect. "Please, I have to feed my family. There are other carts." "I steal not fruit, nor beat old men," the youth said stiffly. "My name is Conan. Will the city guard not protect you?" "The city guard," the old man laughed bitterly. "They stay in their barracks and protect themselves. I saw 3 of these scum hang a guardsman by his heels and geld him. Thus they think of the city guard." He wiped his hands shakily down the front of his tunic, suddenly realizing how visible he was talking to a barbarian in the middle of the intersection. "I have to go," he muttered. "I have to go." He bent to the handles of his pushcart without another glance at the young barbarian. Conan watched him go with a pitying glance. He had come to Belverus to hire himself as a bodyguard or a soldier. He had been both, as well as a thief, a smuggler, and a bandit. But whoever could hire his sword for protection in that city, it would unfortunately not be those who needed it most. Some of the street-corner toughs had noticed his words with the peddler, and approached, thinking to have some fun with the outlander. As his gaze passed over them, though, cold as the mountain glaciers of his native Samaria, it came to them that death walked the streets of Belverus that day. There was easier prey elsewhere, they decided. In minutes, the intersection was barren of thugs. A few people looked at him gratefully, realizing he had made that one place safe for the moment. Conan shook his head, half angry with himself, half with them. He had come to hire his sword for gold, not to clear the streets of scum. A scrap of parchment, carried by a vagrant breeze, fetched up against his boot. Idly he picked it up, read the words writ there in fine round hand. "King Geryon sits on a dragon throne. King Geryon sits to his feast alone. You sweat and toil for a scrap of bread, and learn to walk the streets in dread. He is not just, this king of ours. May his reign be counted in hours. Mitra save us from the dragon throne, and the king who sits to his feast alone." He let the scrap go with the breeze, joining still other scraps swirling down the street. He saw people lift one to read. Some let it drop, white-faced, or threw it away in anger, but some read and furtively tucked the bit of sedition into their pouches. Belverus was a plum ripe for the plucking. He had seen the signs before in other cities. Soon the furtiveness would be gone. Fists would be shaken openly at the royal palace. Stronger thrones had been toppled by less. Suddenly a running man pushed past him with horror-stricken eyes, and on his heels came a woman, her mouth open in a soundless scream. A flock of children ran past, shrieking unintelligibly. Down the street more screams and cries rose, and the crowd suddenly stampeded toward the intersection. Their fear communicated itself, and without knowing why, others joined the stream. With difficulty, Conan forced his way to the side of the street, to a shop deserted by its owner. What could cause this, he wondered. Then the torrent of people thinned and was gone, and Conan saw that the street they had fled was littered with bodies, few moving. Some had been trampled, others further away were lacking arms or heads. And striding down the center of the street was a man in a richly embroidered blue tunic, holding a sword with an odd wavy blade that was encarmined for its entire length. A rope of spittle drooled from the corner of his mouth. Conan put his hand to his sword, then firmly took it away. For gold, he reminded himself, not to avenge strangers on a madman. He turned to move deeper into the shadows. At that instant, a child broke from a shop directly in front of the madman, a girl no more than 8 years old, wailing as she ran on flashing feet. With a roar, the madman raised his sword and started after her. "Erlic's bowels and bladder," Conan swore. His broadsword came smoothly from its worn shagreen sheath as he stepped back into the intersection. The child ran screaming past without slowing. The madman halted. Up close, despite his rich garb, thinning hair and pouches beneath his eyes gave him the look of a clerk. But those muddy brown eyes were glazed with madness, and the sounds he made were formless grunts. Flies buzzed about the fruit the bravos had scattered. At least, Conan thought, the man had some reason left, enough not to run onto another's blade. "Hold there," he said. "I'm no running babe or shopkeeper to be hacked down from behind. Why don't you—" Conan thought he heard a hungry, metallic whine. An animal scream broke from the man's throat, and he rushed forward, sword raised. The Cimmerian brought his own blade up to parry, and with stunning speed the wavy sword changed direction. Conan leaped back. The tip of the other's steel slashed across his belly, slicing tunic and the light chain mail he wore beneath alike as if they were parchment. He moved back another step to gain room for his own attack, but the madman followed swiftly, bloody blade slashing and stabbing with a ferocity beyond belief. Slowly, the muscular youth gave ground. To his shock, it came to him that he was fighting a defensive battle against the slight, almost nondescript man. His every move was to block some thrust instead of to attack. All of his speed and cunning were going into merely staying alive, and already he was bleeding from 6 minor wounds. It came to him that he might well die on that spot. "By the Lord of the Mound, no!" he shouted. "Crumb and steel!" But with the clash of the blades ringing in his ears, he was forced back. Abruptly, Conan's foot came down on a half-eaten plum, and with a crash he went down, flat on his back, silver-flecked spots dancing before his eyes. Fighting for breath, he watched the madman's wavy blade go back for the thrust that would end his life. But he would not die easily. From his depths he found the strength to roll aside as the other lunged. The bloody blade struck sparks from the paving stones where he had been. Frantically, he continued to roll, coming to his feet with his back against a wall. The madman whirled to follow. The air was filled with a whir as of angry hornets, and the madman suddenly resembled a feathered pincushion. Conan blinked. The city guard had arrived at last, a black-cloaked score of archers. They stayed well back, drawing again, for transfixed though he was, the madman still stood. His mouth was a gash, emitting a wordless howl of bloodlust, and he hurled his sword at the big Cimmerian. Conan's blade had no more than a hand's span to travel to deflect the strange blade to clatter in the street. The guardsmen loosed their arrows once more. Pierced through and through, the madman toppled. For a brief moment as he fell, the look of madness faded, to be replaced by one of unutterable horror. He hit the pavement dead. Slowly, weapons at the ready, the soldiers closed in on the corpse. The big Cimmerian slammed his blade home in its sheath with a disgusted grunt. It was unnecessary even to wipe a speck of blood from it. The only blood shed had been his, and every one of those cuts, insignificant as each was, ached with the shame of it. The one attack he had managed to meet cleanly, the thrown sword, could have been met by a 10-year girl. A guardsman grabbed the dead man's shoulder and heaved him over onto his back, splintering 6 arrows on the stones of the street. "Easy, Tullio," another growled. "Like as not our pay will be docked for those shafts. "Why, Black Hurlick's throne," Tullio gasped. "It's Lord Melius." The knot of mailed men stepped back, leaving Tullio standing alone over the corpse. It was not well to be too near a dead noble, most especially if you had had a hand in killing him, and no matter what he had done, the king's justice could take strange twists where nobles were concerned. A livid scar across his broad nose, visible beneath the nasal of his helmet, the guardsman's grizzled sergeant spat near the corpse. "There's naught to be done for it now. Tullio!" That guardsman suddenly realized he was alone by the body and jumped, his eyes darting frantically. "Put your cloak over the noble lord," the sergeant went on. "Move, man!" Reluctantly, Tullio complied. The sergeant told off more men. "Abidius, Crato, Jocor, Naso, grab his arms and legs. Jump, or do you want to stay here till the flies eat him?" The 4 men shuffled forward, muttering as they lifted the body. The sergeant started up the street, and the bearers followed as quickly as they were able, the rest of the troop falling in behind. None gave a second look to Conan. "Are you slowing that much, Cimmerian?" a gruff voice called. Conan spun, his angry retort dying on his lips as he saw the bearded man leaning against a shop front. "I'm still faster than you, Hordo, you old robber of dogs." Nearly as tall as Conan and broader, the bearded man straightened. A rough leather patch covered his left eye, and a scar running from beneath the leather down his cheek pulled that side of his mouth into a permanent sneer, though now the rest of it was bent to a grin. A heavy gold hoop swung from each ear, but if they tempted thieves, the well-worn broadsword and dagger at his belt dissuaded them. "Mayhap you are, Conan," he said. "But what are you doing in Nemedia, aside from taking a lesson on bladesmanship from a middle-aged noble? The last I saw of you, you were on your way to Agrapur to soldier for King Yildiz." Hordo was a friend, but he had not always been so. The first time they met, the one-eyed man and a pack of bandits had pegged Conan out on the Zamoran plains at the orders of Corella, a red-haired woman bandit known as the Red Hawk. Later, they had ridden together to the Kazankian mountains to try for treasure stolen by the sorcerer Aminar. From that they had escaped with naught but their lives. Twice more they had met, each time making a try at wealth, each time failing to gain more than enough for one grand carouse in the nearest flesh pots. Conan had to wonder if once again they would have a chance at gold. "I did," Conan replied, "but I left the service of Turan a year gone and more." "Trouble over a woman, I'll wager," Hordo chuckled, "knowing you." Conan shrugged his massive shoulders. He always had trouble over women, it seemed. But then what man did not? "And what woman chased you from Sultanapur, Hordo? When last we parted, you sat in your own inn with a plump Turanian wife, swearing never again to smuggle so much as a sweetmeat, nor set foot outside Sultanapur until you were carried out to your funeral pyre." "It was Corella." The one-eyed man's voice was low with embarrassment. He tugged at his thick beard. "I could not give up trying to find word of her, and my wife could not cease nagging me to stop. She said I made a spectacle of myself. People talked, she said, laughed behind my back, said I was strange in the head. She would not have it said she married a man lacking all his brains. She would not stop, and I could not, so I said goodbye one day and never looked back." "You still look for Corella?" "She is not dead. I'm sure she lives." He grabbed Conan's arm, a pathetic urgency in his eyes. "I've heard never a whisper, but I'd know if she was dead. I'd know. Have you heard anything? Anything at all?" Hordo's voice carried anguish. Conan knew that the Red Hawk had indeed survived their expedition into the Kazankians. But to tell Hordo would entail telling how last he saw her, naked and chained in a slave coffle on her way to the auction block. He could explain that he had had but a few coppers in his pouch, not even close to the price of a round-breasted, green-eyed slave in Turan. He could even mention the oath she had made him swear that he would never lift a hand to save her. She was a woman of pride, Corella was, or had been. For if Hordo had found no sign of her, it was more than likely the strap had broken her, and that she now danced for the pleasure of a dark-eyed master. And if he told the tale, he might well have to kill his old friend, the man who had always called himself Corella's faithful hound. "The last I saw of her was in the Kazantkians," he said truthfully. "But I'm sure she got out of the mountains alive. No pack of hillmen would have stood a chance against her with a sword in her hand." Hordo nodded, sighing heavily. People were venturing back into the street, staring at the bodies that still lay where they had been slain. Here and there a woman fell wailing across a dead husband or child. Conan looked around for the sword the madman had been carrying. It lay before an open-fronted shop piled high with colorful bolts of cloth. The proprietor was gone, one of the dead or one of those staring at them. The Cimmerian picked up the sword, wiping the congealing blood from the serpentine blade on a bolt of yellow damask. He hefted the weapon, getting the balance of it. The quillons were worked in a silver filigree that spoke of antiquity, and the ricasso was scribed with calligraphy that formed no words he had ever seen before. But whoever had made the weapon, he was a master. It seemed to become an extension of his arm, nay, an extension of his mind. Still, he could not help thinking of those it had just killed. Men, women, children, struck from behind, or however they could be reached as they fled, slashed and hacked as they tried to crawl away. The images were vivid in his brain. He could almost smell their fierce sweat and the blood. He made a disgusted noise in his throat. A sword was a sword, no more. Steel had no guilt. Still, he would not keep it. Take it, yes. A sword was too valuable to be left behind. It would fetch a few silver pieces for his too light purse. "You're not keeping that," Hordo sounded surprised. "The blade's tainted. Women and children." He spat and made the sign to ward off evil. "Not too tainted to sell," Conan replied. On impulse he swung his fur-trimmed cloak from his shoulders and wrapped it around the sword. Its archaic pattern made it easily recognizable. Perhaps it would not be smart to carry it openly so soon after the death it had brought to Belverus. "Are you that short of coin, man? I can let you have a little silver, and you need it." "I've enough." Conan weighed his purse again in his mind. 4 days if he stayed at an inn, 2 weeks if he slept in stables. "But how is it you're rich to the point of handing out silver? Have you taken back to the bandit trade, or is it smuggling again?" "Hist!" Hordo stepped closer, casting his lone eye about to see if any had heard. "Speak softly of smuggling," he said in a voice meant for the big Cimmerian's ears alone. "The penalty now is slow impalement, and the crown pays a bounty for information that'd tempt your grandmother." "Then why are you mixed in it?" "I didn't say." The one-eyed man threw up his gnarled hands. "Hanuman stones, yes, I'm in it. Have you no ear or eye that you don't know the prices in this city? The tariffs are more than the cost of the goods. A smuggler can make a fortune, if he lives." "Maybe you need a partner?" Conan said suggestively. Hordo hesitated. "'Tis not as it was in Sultanapur. Every cask of wine or length of silk that misses the king's customs is brought in by one ring." "For the whole of Nemedia?" Conan said incredulously. "Aye. Been that way for more than 2 years, so I understand. I've only been here a year myself. They're tight as a miser's fist about who they let in and who they let know what. I get my orders from a man who gets his from somebody I've never seen, who likely gets his orders from somebody else." He shook his heavy head. "I'll try, but I make no promises." "They can't be as tight as all that," Conan protested. "Not if you're one of them after being here no more than a year." Horto chuckled and rubbed the side of his broad nose with a spatulate finger. I'm a special case. I was in Koth in a tavern in Korshemish because I'd heard a rumor. Well, that's beside the point. Anyway, a fellow, Hassan, who works the Kothian end of the ring, heard me asking questions. He had heard of the Red Hawk, admired her no end. When he found out I'd ridden with her, he offered me a job here in Belveris. I was about to the point of boiling my belt for soup, so I took it. If Hassan was here, I could get you in a finger snap. But he stays in Koth. Strange, Conan mused, that he wouldn't keep you there, too, since he admires the Red Hawk so. No matter. You do what you can. I'll make out. I'll try, Horto said. He squinted at the sun, already well past its height, and shifted awkwardly. Listen, there's something I have to do. The ring, you understand. I'd ask you along so we could swap lies, but they do not look kindly on people they don't know. We've plenty of time, surely. Look, you, meet me at the sign of the Gored Ox on the Street of Regrets, just above Hellgate, half a glass or so after sunset. He laughed and clapped Conan on the shoulder. We'll drink our way from one side of this city to the other. From top to bottom, Conan agreed. As the one-eyed man left, Conan turned, the cloak-wrapped sword beneath his arm, and stopped. An ornate litter, scarlet-curtained, its frame and poles black and gold, stood a little way up the street, the crowd and even the toughs respectful enough to leave a cleared space about it. It was not the litter that arrested him. He had seen others in the streets, carrying fat merchants or sleek noblewomen, but as he had turned, the curtain had twitched shut, leaving him with the bare impression of a woman swathed in gray veils till naught but her eyes showed. And he would have sworn, for all the briefness of that glimpse, that those eyes had been looking directly at him. Nay, not looking, glaring. Abruptly, the front curtain of the litter moved, and apparently an order was passed, for the bearers set off swiftly up the street, away from the big Cimmerian. Conan shook his head as he watched the litter disappear into the throng. 'Twas not a good way to begin in Belveris, imagining things. Aside from Horto, he knew no one. Taking a firmer grip on his cloak-wrapped bundle, he set out to while away the time until his meeting with Horto. He would learn what he could of this city, wherein he hoped to forge some future for himself. 2. The Street of Regrets was the last street above Hellgate. It was the street where people hung on by their fingernails to keep from sliding down into the cauldron of the slum, people who knew despairingly that even if they managed to stay that one street above for their lives, their children would sink into the morass. A few had crawled there from Hellgate, stopping once they were safe above Croppier Alley, afraid to go further into a city they did not understand, ignoring the stench that told them how little distance they had come whenever the wind blew from the south. Those who truly escaped Hellgate did not stop on the Street of Regrets, not even for a day or an hour. But they were fewest of the few. On such a street, all folk desire to forget what lies ahead at the next turning, the next dawning, what lies behind on 1,000 nights past. The Street of Regrets was a frantic, frenetic carnival. Corner musicians with lutes and zithers and flutes sent out frenzied music to compete with the laughter that filled the air, laughter raucous, drunken, hysterical, forced. Jugglers with balls and rings, clubs and flashing knives worked their art for the strumpets that strolled the street, half-naked in brief silks, burnished brass bangles and stilted sandals, flaunting their wares for whoever had a coin. Their most lascivious wriggles and flagrant self-caresses, however, were offered to those well-dressed oglers from the upper town, standing out in the motley crowd as if they bore signs, come to witness what they thought was the depths of Hellgate depravity. And over it all floated the laughter. The sign of the Gored Ox was what Conan expected on such a street. At one end of a common room that reeked of stale wine was a small platform where 3 plumply rounded women in sheer yellow silk gyrated their hips and breasts to the sybaritic flutes. They were largely ignored by the men at the crowded tables, intent on drink or cards or dice. A brassy-haired trull, one strip of dark blue silk wrapped around and around her body in such a way as to leave much plump flesh bare, maintained a fixed smile as a fat Corinthian in striped robes stroked her as if attempting to calculate her price by the pound. Another prostitute, her hair an impossible red, eyed the breadth of Conan's shoulders and adjusted the gilded halter that supported her large round breasts. She swayed toward him, wetting her full lips suggestively, then stopped with a disappointed frown when he shook his head. He could see Hordo nowhere in the drunken mass. There would be time to find women when they were together. There was one woman in the tavern who stood out from the rest. Seated alone against the wall, her wine cup untouched in front of her, she seemed to be the only one there watching the dancers. Long black hair swirled below her shoulders, and large hazel eyes and bee-stung lips gave her a beauty that outshone any of the doxies by far. Yet she was not of the sisterhood of the night. That much was certain from the simple robe of white cotton that covered her from neck to ankles. It was as out of place as she, that robe, not gaudy or revealing enough for a denizen of the Street of Regrets, lacking the ornate embroideries and rich fabrics of the women of the upper town who came to sample wickedness by sweating beneath one who might be a murderer or worse. Women came later, he reminded himself. Shifting the cloak-wrapped sword beneath his arm, he looked about for an empty table. From what seemed rather a bundle of rags than a man, a bony hand reached out to pluck at his tunic. A thin, rasping voice emerged from a toothless mouth. "Ho, Cimmerian, where go you with that strange blade of murder?" Conan felt the hair stir on the nape of his neck. The old man, too emaciated to be wrinkled, had a filthy rag tied across where his eyes should be. But even had he had eyes, how could he have known what was in the cloak? Or that Conan was from Cimmeria? "What do you know of me, old man?" Conan asked. "And how do you know it without sight?" The old man cackled shrilly, touching the bandage across his eyes with a crooked stick he carried. "When the gods took these, they gave me other ways of seeing. As I do not see with eyes, I do not see what I see, but other things." "I've heard of such," Conan muttered, "and seen strangers still. What more can you tell me of myself?" "Oh, much and much, young sir. You will know the love of many women, queens and peasant girls alike, and many between in station. You will live long and gain a crown, and your death will be shrouded in legend." "Bull dung," Hordo grunted, thrusting his head past Conan's shoulder. "I was wondering where you were," Conan said. "The old man knew I'm Cimmerian." An earful of your barbarous accent, and he made a lucky guess. "Let's get a table and a pitcher of wine." Conan shook his head. I didn't speak, but he knew. "Tell me, old man, what lies weeks ahead for me instead of years?" The blind man had been listening with a pained expression, tilting his head to catch their words. Now his toothless smile returned. "As for that," he said. He lifted his hand, thumb rubbing his fingertips, then abruptly flattened it, palm up. "I am a poor man, as you can see, young sir." The big Cimmerian stuck 2 fingers into the pouch at his belt. It was light enough, filled more with copper than silver, and little enough of either. But he drew out a silver queen's head and dropped it on the old man's leathery palm. Hordo sighed in exasperation. "I know a haruspex and 3 astrologers would charge half that together and give you a better telling than you'll find in this place." The old man's fingertips drifted lightly over the face of the coin. "A generous man," he murmured. The coin disappeared beneath his rags. "Give me your hand, the right one." "A palmist with no eyes," Hordo laughed, but Conan stuck out his hand. As swiftly as they had moved over the coin, the old man's fingers traced the lines of the Cimmerian's hand, marking the calluses and old scars. He began to speak, and though his voice was still thin, the cackle was gone. There was strength even power in it. Beware the woman of sapphires and gold. For her love of power she would seal your doom. Beware the woman of emeralds and ruby. For her love of you she would watch you die. Beware the man who seeks a throne. Beware the man whose soul is clay. Beware the gratitude of kings. To Conan his voice grew louder, but no one else looked up from a wine cup as he broke into a sing-song chant. Save a throne, save a king, kill a king or die. Whatever comes, whatever is, mark well your time to fly. That's dour enough to sour new wine, Hordo muttered. And makes little sense besides, Conan added. Can you make it no plainer? The old man dropped Conan's hand with a shrug. Could I say my prophecies plainer, he said dryly, I'd live in a palace instead of a pigsty in Hellgate. Stick-tapping, he hobbled toward the street, deftly avoiding tables and drunken revelers alike. But mark my words, Conan of Samaria, he called over his shoulder from the doorway. My prophecies always tell true. And he disappeared into the feverish maelstrom outside. Old fool, Hordo grumbled. If you want good advice, go to a licensed astrologer. None of these hedgerow charlatans. I never spoke my name, Conan said quietly. Hordo blinked and scrubbed his mouth with the back of his calloused hand. I need a drink, Cimmerian. The scarlet-haired strumpet was rising from a table, leading a burly Ophirian footpad toward the stairs that led above, where rooms were rented by the turn of the glass. Conan plopped down on a vacated stool, motioning Hordo to the other. As he laid the cloak-wrapped sword on the table, the one-eyed man grabbed the arm of a doe-eyed serving girl, her pale breasts and buttocks almost covered by 2 strips of green muslin. Wine, Hordo ordered. The biggest pitcher you have, and 2 cups. Deftly she slipped from his grasp and sped away. Have you yet spoken to your friends of me? Conan asked. Hordo sighed heavily, shaking his head. I spoke, but the answer was no. The work is light here, Conan, and the gold flows free. But I am reduced to taking orders from a man named Irenaeus, a fat bastard with a squint and a smell like a dung heap. This bag of slime lectured me. Imagine me standing still for a lecture about trusting strangers in these dangerous times. Dangerous times, bah! 'Tis no great matter, Conan said. Yet he had hoped to work again with this bearded bear of a man. There were good memories between them. The serving girl returned, setting 2 leathern jacks and a rough clay pitcher half again the size of a man's head on the table. She filled the jacks and waited with her hand out. Hordo rummaged out the coppers to pay, at the same time giving her a sly pinch. Off with you, girl, he laughed, before we decide we want more than you're willing to sell. Rubbing her plump buttocks, she left, but with a steamy-eyed look at Conan that said she might not be averse to selling more were he buying. I told him you were no stranger, Hordo continued. Told him much of you, of our smuggling in Sultanapur. He'd not even listen. Told me you sounded a dangerous sort. Told me to stay away from you. Can you imagine him thinking I'd take an order like that? I cannot, Conan agreed. Suddenly the Cimmerian felt the ghost of a touch near his pouch. His big hand darted back, captured a slender wrist, and hauled its owner before him. Golden curls surrounded a face of childlike innocence set with guileless blue eyes, but the lush breasts straining a narrow strip of red silk named her profession, as did the girdle of copper coins low on her hips, from which hung panels of transparent red that barely covered the inner curves of her thighs before and the inner slopes of her rounded buttocks behind. Her fist above his entrapping hand was clenched tightly. There's a woman of sapphires and gold, Hordo laughed. What's your price, girl? Next time, Conan said to the girl, don't try a man sober enough to notice how clumsy your touch is. The girl put on a seductive smile like a mask. "You mistake me. I wanted to touch you. I'd not be expensive for one as handsome as you, and the herbalist says I'm completely cured."
"Herbalist?" Ordo spluttered in his wine. "Get your hand off her, Conan. There's 29 kinds of pox in this city, and if she's had one, she likely has the other 28 yet."
"And tells me of it right away," Conan mused. He increased the pressure of his grip slightly. Sweat popped out on her forehead. Her generous mouth opened in a small cry, and her fingers unclenched to drop 2 silver coins into Conan's free hand. In a flash he pulled her close, her arm held behind her back, her full breasts crushed against his massive chest, her frightened sky-blue eyes staring into his.
"The truth, girl," he said. "Are you thief, whore, or both?"
"The truth, and I'll let you go free. The first hint of a lie, and I'll take you upstairs to get my money's worth." She wet her lips slowly. "You'll truly let me go?" she whispered. Conan nodded, and her shuddering breath flattened her breasts pleasantly against his chest. "I am no doxy," she said at last.
Ordo grunted. "A thief, then. I'll still wager she has the pox, though."
"It's a dangerous game you play, girl," Conan said. She tossed her blonde head defiantly. "Who notices one more strumpet among many? I take only a few coins from each, and each thinks he spent them in his cups, and once I mention the herbalist, none want the wares they think I offer." Abruptly she brought her lips to within a breath of his. "I'm not a whore," she murmured, "but I could enjoy a night spent in your arms."
"Not a whore," Conan laughed, "but a thief. I know thieves. I'd wake with purse and cloak and sword, and mayhap even my boots gone."
Her eyes flashed, the guilelessness disappearing for an instant in anger, and she writhed helplessly within the iron band of his arm. "Your luck is gone this night, girl. I sense it." Abruptly he released her. For a moment she stood in disbelief. Then his open palm, cracking across her buttocks, lifted her onto her toes with a squeal that drew laughter from nearby tables. "On your way, girl," Conan said. "Your luck is gone." "I go where I will," she replied angrily, and darted away deeper into the tavern. Dismissing her from his mind, he turned back to his wine, drinking deep. Over the rim of the leathern jack, his eyes met those of the girl who had seemed out of place. She was looking at him with what was clearly approval, though not invitation, just as clearly, and she was writing on a scrap of parchment. He would wager there were not a handful of women on that entire street who could read or write so much as their own names. Nor many men, for that matter.
"Not for us," Ordo said, noticing the direction of his gaze. "Whatever she is, she's no daughter of the streets dressed like that."
"I care not what she is," Conan said, not entirely truthfully. She was beautiful, and he was willing to admit his own weakness for beautiful women. "At the moment I care about finding employment before I can no longer afford any woman at all. I spent the day walking through the city. I saw many men with bodyguards. There's not so much gold in it as in smuggling, but I've done it before, and I likely will again." Ordo nodded.
"There's plenty enough of that sort of work. Every man who had a bodyguard a year ago has 5 now. Some of the fatter merchants, like Fabius Palian and Denaro Astorian, have entire free companies in their pay. There the real money is to be made, hiring out your own free company."
"If you have the gold to raise it in the first place," Conan agreed. "I couldn't buy armor for one man, let alone a company." The one-eyed man drew a finger through a puddle of wine on the table.
"Since the trouble started, half of what we smuggle in is arms. Tariff on a good sword is more than the price used to be."
He met Conan's gaze.
"Unless I miscount, we could steal enough to outfit a company without anyone being the wiser."
"We, Ordo?"
"Hanuman stones, man. When they start telling me who my friends can be, I'm not much longer for smuggling."
"Then it's a matter of getting silver enough for enlistment bonuses. For, say, 50 men?"
"Gold," Ordo cut him off. "The going rate is a gold mark a man."
Conan whistled between his teeth.
It's not likely I'll see that much in one place. Unless you... Hordo shook his head sadly. You know me, Cimmerian. I like women drinking dice too much for gold to stay long with me. Thief! Someone shouted. We've caught a thief! Conan looked around to see the innocent-faced blonde struggling between a bulky, bearded man in a greasy blue tunic and a tall fellow with a weaselly look to his close-set eyes. Caught her with her hand in my purse, the bearded man shouted. Obscene comments rose amid the tavern's laughter. I told her luck was gone, Conan muttered. The blonde screamed as the bearded man ripped the strip of silk from her breasts, then tossed her up to the skinny man who had climbed onto a table. Despite her struggles, he quickly tore away the rest of her flimsy garb and displayed her naked to the tavern. The bearded man shook a dice cup over his head. Who'll toss for a chance? Men crowded round him. Let us go, Conan said. I don't want to watch this. He gathered up the cloak-wrapped sword and started for the street. Hordo took one regretful look at the barely touched pitcher of wine, then followed. At the door, Conan caught the eye of the young woman in the plain cotton dress once more. She was staring at him again, but this time her face bore disapproval. What had he done, he wondered. Not that it mattered. He had more important concerns on his mind than women. Followed by Hordo, he ducked through the doorway. 3. Full dark was on the Street of Regrets, and the frenzy of its denizens had grown as if by motion they could warm themselves against the chill of night. Whores no longer strutted sensuously, but rather half-ran from potential patron to potential patron. Acrobats twisted and tumbled in defiance of gravity and broken bones, as though for King Geryon himself, receiving hollow, drunken laughter in payment, yet tumbling on. Conan paused to watch a fire juggler, his 6 blazing brands describing slow arcs above his bald head. A small, ever-changing knot of people stood watching as well. 3 came and 2 left even as the Cimmerians stopped. There were better shows that night on the street than a juggler. Conan fingered a copper out of his pouch and tossed it into the cap the quick-handed man had laid on the ground. There were only 2 in the cap to precede it. To Conan's surprise, the juggler suddenly turned toward him, half bowing as he kept the brands aloft, as if acknowledging a generous patron. As he straightened, he began to caper, legs kicking high, fiery batons spinning now so that it seemed his feet were always in the midst of the circles they described. Hordo pulled at Conan's arm, drawing the muscular youth away down the street. For a copper, the one-eyed man muttered disgustedly. Time was it'd have taken a silver piece to get that out of one of them. Maybe more. This city has gone mad, Conan said. Never have I seen so many beggars this side of the villa yet see. The poor are poorer and more in number than in any 3 other cities. Peddlers charge prices that would choke a guild merchant in Sultanapur and wear faces like they were going bankrupt. More than half a silver queen said for a pitcher of wine, but a juggler does his best trick for a copper. I haven't seen a soul who looks to care if tomorrow comes or no. What happens here? What am I, Cimmerian, a scholar, a priest? 'Tis said the throne is cursed, that Geryon is cursed by the gods. Conan involuntarily made the sign against evil. Curses were nothing to fool with. Several people noticed and shied away from the big man. They had evil enough in their lives without being touched by the evil that troubled him. This curse, the big Cimmerian said after a time, is it real? I mean, have the priests and astrologers spoken of it? Confirmed it? I've heard nothing of that, Hordo admitted. But it's spoken on every street corner. Everyone knows it. Hanuman's stones, Conan snorted. You know as well as I do that anything everyone knows is usually a lie. Is there any proof at all of a curse? That there is, Cimmerian, Hordo said, poking a blunt finger at Conan for emphasis. On the very day Geryon ascended the dragon throne, the very day, mind you, a monster ran loose in the streets of Belverus, killed better than a score of people. Looked like a man if you made a man out of clay, then half melted him. Thing is, a lot of people who saw it said it looked something like Garion, too.
A man made out of clay, Conan said softly, thinking of the blind man's prophecy.
Pay no attention to that blind old fool, Ordo counseled. Besides, the monster's dead. Wasn't those stay-in-the-barrack city guards who did it, though. An old woman, frightened half out of her wits, threw an oil lamp at it, covered it with burning oil, left nothing but a pile of ash. The city guard was going to take the old woman in for questioning, they said, till her neighbors chased them off, pelted them with chamber pots.
Come, Conan said, turning down a narrow street. Ordo hesitated.
You realize we're going into Hellgate?
We're being followed. Ever since the gored ox, Conan said. I want to find out who. This way. The street narrowed and twisted, and the laughter and the light of the street of regrets were quickly lost. The stench of offal and urine thickened. There was no paving here. The grate of their boots on gravel and the sounds of their own breathing were the loudest things to be heard. They moved through darkness, broken only occasionally by a pool of light from a window high enough for its owner to feel some safety.
Talk, Conan said. Anything. What kind of king is Garion? Talk, he says, Ordo muttered. They'll save us from you. He sighed heavily. He's a king. What more is there? I hold no brief for any king. No more did you last I saw you. Nor do I now. But talk. We're drunk and too senseless to be silent while walking Hellgate in the middle of the night.
He eased his broadsword in its scabbard. A hint of light from a window far above glinted on his face. His eyes seemed to gleam in the dark like those of a forest animal, a hunting animal. Ordo stumbled over something that made ripe, squelching sounds beneath his boots.
Varus guts and bones. Let me see. Garion. At least he got rid of the sorcerers. I like kings better than I do sorcerers.
How did he do that? Conan asked. But his ear was bent for sounds from behind rather than the answer. Was that a foot on gravel?
Oh, 3 days after he took the throne, he executed all the sorcerers still at court. Gethenius, his father, had had dozens of them in the palace. Garion told no one what he intended. Some few did leave, giving one excuse or another, but the rest... Garion gave orders to the Golden Leopards 3 glasses past midnight. By dawn, every sorcerer still in the palace had been dragged out of bed and beheaded. Those who fled were true sorcerers, Garion said, and could keep their wealth. These, who couldn't even discover he intended their deaths, were charlatans and parasites. He had their belongings distributed to the poor, even in Hellgate. Last good thing he's done.
Interesting, Conan said absently. In the dark, his keen eyes picked out one shadow from another. There was a crossing alley ahead. And behind? Yes, that was the mutter of someone who had stepped in whatever had fouled Ordo's boots. Say on, he said. His blade whispered on leather as it eased from its sheath. The one-eyed man lifted his eyebrow at what Conan had done, then he too drew his sword. Both men walked with steel, swinging easily in their fists.
That curse, Ordo continued conversationally. Gethenius took ill a fortnight after the planting, and as soon as he took to his bed, the rain stopped. It rained in Ophir, it rained in Aquilonia, but not in Nemedia. The sicker Gethenius got, and the closer Garion came to the throne, the worse the drought grew. The day he took the throne, the fields were dry as powdered bone, and they gave about as much harvest. Tell me that's not proof of a curse.
They reached the alley. Conan sidestepped into its shadows, motioning Ordo to go on. The burly one-eyed man shambled on into the dark ahead, his words fading slowly.
With the crops gone, Garyon brought grain in Aquilonia and raised tariffs to pay for it. Fool brigands on the border started burning the grain wagons, so he raises tariffs again to hire more guards for the wagons and to buy more grain, which the fools on the border still burn. High tariffs make for good smuggling, but I'd just as soon he—
Conan waited, listening. Briefly, he considered unwrapping the madman's blade, but he could still feel the taint to it, even through the cloak. He propped it behind him against the wall. The following footsteps came closer, hurrying yet hesitant. But one set, he was sure now. A slight cloak-shrouded shape moved into the alley crossing, pausing in the dark, all its attention on Hordo's faintly receding footsteps. Conan took a quick step forward, left hand coming down on the figure's shoulder. Spinning the shape, he slammed it against the wall. Breath whooshed out of his opponent. Blade across the figure's throat, he dragged it down to the alley to a pool of light. His mouth fell open as he saw the other's face. It was the girl who had seemed so out of place at the gored ox. There was fear in her large hazel eyes, but when she spoke, her voice was under control. "Do you intend killing me? I don't suppose killing a woman would be beyond you, since you abandon them with such ease." "What are you talking about?" he rasped. "Are you working with footpads, girl?" He found it hard to believe she could be, but he had seen stranger things. "Of course not," she replied. "I'm a poet. My name is Ariane. If you don't intend to cut my throat, could you take that sword away? Do you know what they were doing when I left? Do you have any idea?" "Crom," he muttered in confusion at her sudden torrent. Still he lowered his blade. She swallowed ostentatiously and fixed him with a level gaze. They were casting dice for who would have the first turn with her. Every man there intended to take one, and in the meanwhile they were passing her about, beating her buttocks till they looked like ripe plums. "The blonde thief!" he exclaimed. "You're talking about the blonde thief. Do you mean to say you followed me into Hellgate just to tell me that?" "I didn't know you were coming into Hellgate," she said angrily. "I do things on impulse. But what business is it of yours where I go? I'm not a slave, certainly not yours." "That poor girl. After you let her go, I thought you had some sympathy for her, thought you might be different from the rest despite your rather violent appearance, but—" "You knew she was a thief," he broke in. Her face turned defensive. "She has to live too. I don't suppose you know about the things that drive people to become thieves, about being poor and hungry. Not you with your great sword and your muscles and—" "Shut up!" he shouted, and immediately dropped his voice, taking a quick look up and down the alley. It was well not to attract attention in a place like Hellgate. When he looked back at her, she was staring at him, open-mouthed. "I know about being poor," he said quietly, "about being hungry, and about being a thief. I was all of them before I was old enough to shave my face." "I'm sorry," she said slowly, and he had the irritating feeling that it was as much for his youthful hunger as for what she had said. "As for the girl, she threw away the chance I gave her. I told her luck was gone, and it was, if I caught her and you saw her." "Maybe I should have spoken to her when I saw her," Ariane sighed. Conan shook his head. "What kind of woman are you? A poet, you say. You sit in a tavern on the Street of Regrets worrying about thieves. You dress like a shopkeeper's virgin daughter and speak with the accents of a noblewoman. You chase me into Hellgate to upbraid me." He laughed, deep in his chest. "When Hordo returns, we'll escort you back to the Street of Regrets, and may Mitra save the doxies and cut purses from you." A dangerous light kindled in her eyes. "I am a poet, and a good one. And what's wrong with the way I dress? I suppose you'd rather I wore a few skimpy strips of silk and wriggled like—" He clamped a hand over her mouth, not breathing while he listened. Her eyes were large and liquid on his face. It came again, that sound that had pricked his ear, the rasp of steel sliding from a sheath. Shoving the girl further up the narrow confines of the dark alley, Conan spun just as the first man rushed him. The Cimmerian's blade slashed out his throat even while his sword was going up. The first of the three following on his heels stumbled against the collapsing body, then shrieked as Conan's steel sought the juncture of shoulder and neck. From behind the men came a scream that ended in a gurgle, and a cry of the Red Hawk told the Cimmerian youth that Hordo had joined the fray. The man facing Conan dropped into a guard position, nervously trying to see the combat behind him without taking his eyes from the massive youth. Suddenly, Conan shouted, shifting his shoulders as if he intended an overhand blow. His opponent's sword flashed up to block. Conan's lunge brought them face to face, the Cimmerian's blade projecting a foot through the other's back. He stared into the dying man's eyes, even in the darkness able to see the despair that came with the realization of death. Then only death was there. He tugged his blade free and wiped it on the dead man's cloak. "Are you hurt, Conan?" Hordo called, stumbling past the bodies in the narrow alley. "Just wiping my—" A foul odor filled Conan's nostrils. "Crom! What is that?" "I slipped in something," Hordo replied sourly. "That's why I was so long getting back. Who's the wench?" "I'm not a wench," Ariane said. "Her name's Ariane," Conan said. He raised his eyebrows as he watched her slide a very efficient-looking little dagger inside her dress. "You didn't draw that against me, girl." "I had it," she replied. "Perhaps I didn't think to need it with you. Are these friends of yours?" "Footpads," he snorted. Hordo straightened from examining one of the corpses. "Mayhap you ought to take a look, Conan. They're dressed well for Hellgate." "Some of Hellgate's better citizens." The Cimmerian's nose wrinkled. "Hordo, as soon as we return Ariane to the Street of Regrets, you're going to find a bathhouse. That is, if you intend to keep drinking with me." Hordo muttered something under his breath. "If it doesn't have to be a bathhouse," Ariane began, then stopped, chewing her full lower lip in indecision. Finally, she nodded. "It will be all right," she said to herself. "There's an inn called the Sign of Festus, just off the Street of Regrets. It has baths. You can come as my guests, for the night at least."
"Festus," Hordo crowed. "Whoever heard of an inn called after the goddess of music and such?"
"I have," Ariane said with some asperity. "If you are invited, the bed, food, and wine are free, though you're expected to contribute if you can. You'll understand when you see it. Well, do you come, or do you stink until you can pay 2 silver pieces to a bathhouse?" "Why?" Conan asked. "You sounded not so friendly a minute or two gone." "You interest me," Ariane said simply. Hordo snickered, and Conan suddenly wished the one-eyed man smelled just a little better so he could get close enough to thump him. Hastily, the Cimmerian gathered up the ancient sword in the cloak. "Let's get out of here," he said, "before we attract more vermin." Hurriedly, they picked their way back out of Hellgate. 4. Albanus angrily jerked the cord of his gold-embroidered dressing robe tight about his waist as he stalked into the carpeted antechamber of his sleeping apartments. Golden lamps cast a soft light on the walls, where bas-relief depicted scenes from the life of Bragoras, the ancient half-legendary king of Nemedia, from whom Albanus claimed pure and unsullied descent through both his father and mother. The hawk-faced lord had left orders to be called from his bed whenever the 2 men now awaiting him arrived. Neither Vigentius nor Demetrio appeared to have slept at all. The soldier's surcoat, worked with the golden leopard, was wrinkled and damp with sweat, while the eyes of the slender youth were haggard. "What have you discovered?" Albanus demanded without preliminary. Demetrio shrugged and sniffed at his ever-present pomander. Vigentius stiffened in tired anger at the peremptory tone and spoke harshly. "Nothing. The sword's gone. Let it be. We don't need it, and you've already gotten Melius killed giving him the thing in the first place, though Mitra knows the man is little enough loss." "How was I to know the accursed blade would seize his mind?" Albanus broke out. Hands knotted to keep them from shaking. He managed to regain control. "The sword," he said in a somewhat calmer voice, "must be recovered. Another incident like today, another man going berserk with that blade in his hands, and Geryon will know there's sorcery loose in Nemedia again. Even with his dislike of magics, he might well bring his own sorcerer to court for protection. Do you think I'll so easily let my plans be thwarted?" "Our plans," Demetrio reminded gently from behind his pomander. Albinus smiled slightly, a curving of the lips, nothing more. "Our plans," he agreed. Then even that slight softness was gone. "The guardsmen were put to the question, were they not, Vegentius? After all, they did kill Lord Melius." Vegentius gave a short nod. "All except their sergeant, who disappeared from the barracks when my golden leopards came to make the arrests. 'Twas guilt sent him running, mark my words. He knows something." "Most likely," Demetrio murmured, "he knew what methods of questioning would be used." "Unless he took the sword," Albinus said. "What did they say of that under the question?" "Little enough," Vegentius sighed. "For the most part they begged for mercy. All they knew was that they were ordered to stop a madman who was slaughtering people in the market district. They found him fighting a northern barbarian and killed him. When they discovered they'd slain a lord, they were so terrified they had no thought for the sword. They didn't even bring in the barbarian." "He was still alive?" Albinus said, surprised. "He must be a master swordsman." Vegentius laughed disparagingly. "Melius barely knew one end of a blade from the other." "The skill is in the blade," Albinus said. 6 masters of the sword were slain in the making of it, their blood used for quenching, their bones burned to heat it, the essence of their art infused into its metal. "Slash and hack, that's all Vegentius knows," Demetrio's voice dripped mockery. "But the art of steel—" His blade whipped from its sheath. Knees bent, he danced across the colorfully woven carpet, his sword working intricate figures in the air. "That fancy work may be good enough for first-blood duels among the gently born," Vegentius sneered, "but 'tis a different matter in battle when your life hangs on your blade." "Enough!" Albinus snapped. "Both of you, enough!" He drew a ragged breath. One day he would let them fight for his entertainment, then have the winner impaled, but now was not the time. 30 years he had worked for this. Too much time, too much effort, too much humiliating terror to allow it all to be ruined now. "That barbarian may have taken the sword. Find him! Find that blade!" "I've already started," the square-faced soldier said smugly. "I sent word to Taurus. He'll have had his alley rats hunting all night." "Good." Albinus rubbed his hands together, making a sound like dry parchment rustling. "And you, Demetrio, what have you been doing to find the blade?" "Asking 10,000 questions," the slender noble replied wearily. "From the Street of Regrets to the House of 1,000 Orchids. I heard nothing. If Vegentius had thought to let me know of this barbarian, it would have made my searching easier." Vegentius examined his nails with a complacent smile. "Who'd have thought to look for you in the House of 1,000 Orchids? They provide only women to their customers." Demetrio slammed his sword back into its sheath, as if he were driving it into the soldier's heart. Before he could open his mouth, though, Albinus spoke. "There's no time for this petty bickering. Find that sword. Steal it, buy it, I care not, but get it, and without attracting attention." "And if its possessor has discovered its properties," Demetrio asked, "then kill him," Albinus said smoothly. "Or her." He turned to go. "One more thing," Vegentius said abruptly. "Taurus wants to meet with you." Albinus turned back to face them, his eyes black flints. "That scum dares. He should be licking the paving stones in gratitude for the gold he's given." "He's afraid," Vegentius said, "him and some of the others who know a little of what they really do. I can cow them, but even gold won't put their guts back unless they see you face to face and hear you tell them that all will happen as they've been told. Mitra blast them." Albinus's eyes went to the bas-relief on the walls. Had Bragoras had to deal with such? "Very well. Arrange you a meeting in some out-of-the-way place." "It will be done," the soldier replied. Albinus smiled suddenly, the first genuine smile the others had ever seen on his face. "When I am on the throne, this Taurus and his dagger men will be flayed alive in the Plaza of Kings. A good king should be seen to protect his people against such as they." He barked a laugh. "Now get you gone. When next I see you, bear a report of success." He left with as little ceremony as he had come, for already he began to feel beyond the courtesies ordinary men offered one another. They were fools in any case, unable to realize that he saw them no differently than he saw Taurus, or that he would deal with them as harshly in the end, and if they would betray one king, they would betray another. Inside his dimly lit bedchamber, he strode impatiently to a large square sheet of transparent crystal hung on the wall. The thin crystal was undecorated save for odd markings around its outer edge, markings that lay entirely within the crystal. In the light from a single small gold tripod lamp, the markings were almost invisible. But from long practice, Albinus's fingers touched the proper ones in the proper sequence, intoning words in a language 3 millennia dead. As his finger lifted from the last, the crystal darkened to a deep silvery blue. Slowly, pictures formed within it. In the crystal, men moved and gestured, talking though no sound could be heard. Albinus gazed on Geryon, who thought himself safe in the royal palace, conferring with long-bearded Sulpicius and bald Malaric, his two most trusted counselors. The king was a tall man, heavily muscled still from a boyhood spent with the army, but now beginning to show a smooth layer of fat from half a year of inactivity on the throne. His square-jawed face with its deep-set dark eyes had lost some of the openness it had once had. Sitting on the throne was responsible for that change as well. Albinus's hands moved around the rim of the crystal again, and Geryon's face swelled until it filled the entire square. "Why do you do that so often?" The blonde who spoke watched him with sapphire cat eyes from the satin cushions of his bed. She stretched languorously, her skin gleaming like honeyed ivory in the dimness, her dancer's legs seeming even longer as she pointed her toes. Her large pear-shaped breasts lifted as she arched her slender back. Albinus felt his throat thicken. "Why do you not speak?" she asked, her voice all pure innocence. Bitch, he thought. It's as if he were here, Sularia, watching his mistress writhe and moan beneath me. "Is that all I am to you?" Her tone was sultry now, caressing like warm oil. "A means of striking at Geryon?" "Yes," he said cruelly. "And he had a wife or a daughter, they would take their turns with you in my bed." Her eyes drifted to the face in the crystal. "He has no time for a mistress, much less a wife. Of course, you are responsible for the many troubles that take his time. What would your fellows think, and they knew you took the risk of seducing the king's mistress to your bed?" "Was it a risk?" His face hardened dangerously. "Are you a risk?" She shifted in the cushions so that her head was toward him, her hips twisted to emphasize their curve against the smallness of her waist. "I am no risk," she said softly. "I wish only to serve you." "Why?" he persisted. "At first I meant you only for my bed, but of your own will you began to spy in the palace, coming to kneel at my feet and whisper of who did what and who said what. Why?" "Power," she breathed. "It is an ability I have, to sense power in men, to sense men who will have power. I am drawn to such men as a moth to the flame. I sense the power in you, greater than the power in Geryon." "You sense the power." His eyes lidded, and he spoke almost to himself. "I can feel the power inside, too. I've always felt it, known it was there. I was born to be king, to raise Nemedia to an empire, and you are the first other to realize it. Soon the people will take to the streets of Belverus with swords in hand to demand that Geryon abdicate in my favor. Very soon. And on that day, I will raise you to the nobility, Sularia. Lady Sularia." "I thank my king." Suddenly he unbelted his dressing robe and threw it off, turning so that the man in the crystal, if he were actually able to see from it, would have a clear view of the bed. "Come and worship your king," he commanded. Mouth curving in a wet-lipped smile, she crawled to him. 5. As Conan made his way down to the common room at the sign of Festus the next morning, he wondered again if he had fallen into a nest of lunatics. 2 lyres, 4 zithers, 3 flutes, and 6 harps of assorted sizes were being played, but by musicians scattered about the room, and no 2 playing the same tune. One man stood declaiming verse to a wall with full gesticulations, as if performing for a wealthy patron. A dozen young men and women at a large table covered with bits of sculpture shouted over the music, telling one another in detail what was wrong with everyone else's work. 3 men at the foot of the stairs also shouted at one another, all 3 simultaneously, about when morally reprehensible action was morally required. At least that was what he thought they were shouting about. All the men and women in the room, none past their mid-20s, were shouting about one thing or another. He and Hordo had been made welcome the night before, after a fashion. There had been but a score of people in the inn then, if it was an inn. That was another thing the Cimmerian doubted. The lot of them had stared as if Ariane had brought back 2 Brythunian bears. And among that lot, with no more weapons than a few belt knives for cutting meat, perhaps they had seemed so. While Hordo had gone out back to the baths, wooden tubs sitting on the dirt in a narrow court, not the marble palaces to cleanliness and indolence found elsewhere in the city, the odd youths had crowded around Conan, refilling his cup with cheap wine whenever it was in danger of becoming empty, and prodding him to tell stories. And when Hordo returned, they pressed him, too, for tales. Long into the night and the small hours of the morning, Conan and the one-eyed man had vied to top the other's last tale. Those strange young men and women, artists some said they were, others musicians, and still others philosophers, listened as if hearing of another world. Ofttimes those who called themselves philosophers made comments more than passing strange, not a one of which Conan had understood. It had taken him a while to realize that none of the others understood them either. Always there was a tick of silence, punctuating each comment, while the rest watched him who made it to see if they were supposed to nod solemnly at the pontification or laugh at the witticism. A time or two Conan had thought one of them was making fun of him, but he had done nothing. It would not have been proper to kill a man when he was not sure. At the foot of the stairs he pushed past the philosophers. None of the 3 even noticed his passing, and stopped in astonishment. Ariane stood on a table in the corner of the room, naked. She was slim, but her breasts were pleasantly full, her waist tiny above sweetly rounded hips. He swung his cloak from his shoulders, the wavy-bladed sword was safely hidden in the tiny room he had been given for the night, and stalked across the room to thrust the garment up to her. "Here, girl, you're not the sort for this kind of entertainment. If you need money, I have enough to feed both of us for a long time." For a moment she looked down at him, hands on hips and eyes unreadable, then astounded him by throwing back her head and laughing. His face reddened. He little enjoyed being laughed at. Instantly she dropped to her knees on the table, her face a picture of contrition. The way her breasts bounced within a handspan of his nose made his forehead suddenly grow beads of sweat. "I'm sorry, Conan," she said softly, or what passed for softly in the din. "That may have been the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. I shouldn't have laughed." "If you want to exhibit yourself naked," he replied gruffly, "why not go to a tavern where there's a bit of money in it?" "Do you see those people?" She pointed out 3 men and 2 women seated near the table, each with a piece of parchment fastened to a board and a bit of charcoal in the hand, and each glaring impatiently at the girl and him. "I pose for them. They don't have the money to hire someone, so I do them a favor." "Out in front of everybody?" he said incredulously. "There isn't much room, Conan," she said, amusement plain in her voice. "Besides, everyone here is an artist of one sort or another. They do not even notice." Eyeing her curves, he was willing to wager differently, but all he said was, "I suppose you can do what you want." "You suppose right." She waved to the people sketching and hopped down from the table, producing any number of interesting jiggles and bounces. He wished she would stop leaping about like that while she had her clothes off. It was all he could do not to throw her over his shoulder and take her back up to his room. Then he noticed a twinkle in her eye and a slight flush on her cheek. She knew the effect she had on him. Deftly, she took the cloak out of his hands and wrapped it chastely around her. "At the moment, I would like to have some wine with you." He looked at the cloak, raising an eyebrow questioningly, and she giggled. "It's different up there. There I'm posing. Down here I'm just naked. Come, there's a table emptying." She darted away, and he followed, wondering what difference the distance from the table to the floor made, wondering if he would ever understand women. As he slid onto a stool, across a small, rough-topped table from her, someone thrust a clay jug of wine and 2 battered metal cups in front of them, disappearing while Conan was still reaching for his pouch. He shook his head. "'Tis the first tavern I've ever seen where payment was not demanded before a cup was filled." "Did not anyone explain last night?" she laughed. "Perhaps they did, but there was more than a little wine being passed around." "Did you really do all you talked about last night?" She leaned forward with interest, the top of the cloak gaping to expose the upper slopes of her cleavage. A part of his brain noted that that glimpse was almost as erotic as her fully exposed bosom had been. He wondered if she knew that, and did it on purpose. "Some of them," he answered cautiously. In truth, he did not remember which stories he and Hordo had told. There had been much more than a little wine. He filled their cups from the clay jug. "I thought so," she said in tones of satisfaction. "As to the money, you give what you can. Everyone staying here does, though some who only come in the day give nothing. Some of us receive money from our families, and of course we all put that in. They don't approve, the families, that is, but they approve less of having us nearby to embarrass them. Whatever we have left over we use to distribute bread and salt to the hungry in Hellgate. It's little enough," she sighed, "but a starving man appreciates even a crumb." "Some of these have families rich enough to give them money," he said, looking around the room in disbelief. Suddenly her cultured accents were loud in his head. "My father is a lord," she said defensively. She made it sound a crime, both being a lord and being the daughter of one. "Then why do you live here, on the edge of Hellgate, and pose naked on tables? Can you not write poetry in your father's palace?" "Oh, Conan," she sighed, "don't you understand that it's wrong for nobles to have gold and live in palaces while beggars starve in hovels?" "Mayhap it is," Conan replied, "but I still like gold, though I've had little enough of it. As for the poor, were I rich, unless I misdoubt me, I'd fill many a belly with what I spent." "What other answer did you expect?" a lanky man said, pulling up a stool. His long face wore a perpetual scowl, made deeper by thick eyebrows that grew across the bridge of his nose. He scooped up Ariane's cup and drank half her wine. "It is an honest answer, Stefano," Ariane said. Stefano snorted. Conan remembered him now. The night before he had named himself a sculptor and been free with his hands with Ariane. She had not seemed to mind then, but now she took back her wine-cup angrily. "He is a generous man, Stefano, and I think me he'd be generous were he rich." She shifted her direct gaze back to Conan. "But can you not see that generosity is not enough? In Hellgate are those who lack the price of bread, while nobles sit safe in their palaces, and fat merchants grow richer by the day. Geryon is no just king. What must be done is clear." "Ariane," Stefano said sharply, "you tread dangerous ground. School your tongue." "What leave have you to speak so to me?" Her voice grew more heated by the word. "Whatever is between us, I am none of your property." "I have not named you so," he replied, matching heat for heat. "I ask but that you let yourself be guided by me. Speak not so to strangers." Ariane tossed her pretty head contemptuously, her big eyes suddenly cold. "Art sure there is no part of jealousy in your words, Stefano? No intent to rid yourself of a rival?" The sculptor's face flamed red. "Stranger he may be," she continued remorselessly, "yet he is the kind of man we seek, a warrior. Have I not heard Taurus speak so to you 100 times? We must needs have fighters if—" "Mitra's mercy," Stefano groaned. "Have you mind at all for caution, Ariane?
He is a northern barbarian who likely never knew his father and would sell his honor for a silver piece. Guard your tongue.
With his left hand, Conan slid his broadsword free of its scabbard, just enough so that the edge of the blade below the hilt rested against the side of the table. "When I was still a boy," he said in a flat voice, "I saw my father die with a blade in his hand. With that blade I killed the man who slew him. Care you to discuss it further?" Stefano's eyes goggled at the sword. His scowl momentarily vanished. He touched his lips with his tongue. His breath came in pants. "You see, Ariane? You see what kind of man he is?" His stool scraped on the floor as he rose. "Come away with me, Ariane. Leave this man now." She held out her wine cup to Conan. "May I have some more wine?" She did not look at Stefano or acknowledge his presence. Conan filled the cup and she drank. Stefano looked at her uncertainly, then took a step backward. "Guard your tongue," he hissed, and darted away, almost crashing into another table in his haste. "Will you guard your tongue?" Conan asked quietly. She peered into her wine a time before answering. "From the stories you told, your sword goes where the gold is. Do you choose only by who can pay the most gold?" "No," he told her. "I've ridden away from gold rather than follow unjust orders." Sighing, he added truthfully, "But I do like gold." Clutching his cloak about her, she rose. Mayhap we'll speak of it later. They wait for me to finish posing." "Ariane," he began, but she cut him off. "Stefano thinks he has a claim on me," she said quickly. "He has not." And she left almost as quickly as Stefano had. Conan emptied his cup with a muttered curse, then turned to watch her drop his cloak and climb back to her pose on the table. After a moment her eyes shifted to him, then away, quickly. Again she met his gaze, and tore hers away. Her rounded breasts rose and fell as her breathing became agitated. Spots of red appeared on her cheeks, growing, her face flushing hotter and hotter. Abruptly she uttered a small cry and leaped down, snatching up the cloak from the floor without looking again at Conan. She pulled the fur-trimmed garment about her as she ran, darting between the tables, feet flashing up the stairs. The Cimmerian smiled complacently as he poured more wine from the clay jug. Perhaps things were not as bad as they seemed. Hordo dropped onto the stool across the table, a frown creasing his eye. "Have you listened to what's said in this place?" he asked quietly. "Was there a guardsman about? There'd be heads on pikes for sedition before many more dawns." Conan looked casually to see if anyone was listening. "Or for a rebellion? This lot?" the one-eyed man snorted derisively. "They might as well march to the block and ask to have their heads chopped. Not that the city's not ripe for it, mind, but these have as much chance as a babe sucking a sugar tit. But what if they have money? Gold to hire fighting men?" Hordo raised his cup as Conan spoke. Now he choked on the wine. "Where would this lot get gold? If one of them had a patron, you can wager your stones he'd not be living on the rim of Hellgate." "Ariane's father is a lord," Conan said quietly, "and she told me some of the rest come of rich men, too." The one-eyed man chose his words carefully. "Do you tell me they actually plan rebellion? Or think they do?" "Stefano and Ariane, between them, as much as told me so." "Then let us be gone from here. They may have some talents, but rebellion is not among them. If they met you last night and tell so much today, what have they told others? Remember, our heads can decorate pikes as easily as theirs." Conan shook his head slowly, although Hordo was right on the face of it. "I like it here," was all he said. "You like a round-bottomed poet," Hordo said heatedly. "You'll die for a woman yet. Remember the blind soothsayer?" "I thought you said he was a fool," the Cimmerian laughed. "Drink, Hordo. Rest easy. We'll talk of our free company
We've no gold yet that I can see, the other said sourly.
I'll find the gold, Conan said with more confidence than he felt. He had no idea whence it might come. Still, it would be well to have his plans in order. A delay of days could mean the difference between being sought after and all who could afford such companies already having hired.
I'll find it. You say we can borrow weapons from the storehouses of the smuggling ring you serve? Are they serviceable?
I've seen smuggled mail so eaten with rust it fell apart in a good rain, and blades that snapped at the first blow.
Nay, Cimmerian, these are of good quality and of any sort you want. Why, there are as many kinds of sword bundled in those storehouses as I've ever heard named. Tulwars from Vendia, shamshirs from Iranistan, macheras, and a dozen patterns from the Corinthian city-states. 50 of this sort and 100 of that, enough to arm 5,000 men.
So many? Conan murmured. Why would they keep so much in their storehouses, and in such variety? There's no profit in storing swords.
I bring what I'm told from the border to Belverus, and I'm paid for it in gold. I care not if they grow barley in the storehouses, so long as I get a fat purse each trip.
Ordo tipped the jug over his cup. A few drops fell.
"Wine!"
he roared, a blast that brought dead silence to the room. Everyone turned to stare in amazement at the two burly men. A slender girl in the same sort of plain neck-to-ankles cotton robe that Ariane wore approached hesitantly and placed another clay jug on the table. Ordo fumbled in the purse at his belt and tossed her a silver piece.
"The rest is for you, little one," Ordo said.
The girl stared at the coin, then laughed delightedly and dropped a mockingly deep curtsy before leaving. Conversation slowly resumed among those at the tables. The musicians struck up their various tunes, and the poet orated to the wall.
"Pretty serving girls," Ordo muttered as he refilled his battered metal cup, "but they dress like temple virgins."
Conan hid a smile. The one-eyed man had drunk deeply the night before. Well, he would discover soon enough that he did not have to pay for his wine. In the meantime, let him contribute for the both of them. Consider, Ordo. Such a motley collection of weapons is just the sort of thing these artists would put together.
"That again," the other man grumbled. "In the first place, whoever runs the ring, I can't see him wanting Darien overthrown. Those fool tariffs might be starving the poor, but they make good profits for smuggling. In the second place—"
His face darkened, the scar below his patch standing out whitely.
"In the second place, I've been through one rebellion with you, or have you forgotten riding for the Vendian border half a step in front of the headsman's sword?"
"I remember," Conan said. "I've said naught of joining their rebellion."
"Said naught, but thought much," Ordo growled. "You're a romantic fool, Cimmerian. Always were, likely always will be. Hanuman stones, man, you'll not mix me in another uprising. Keep your mind fixed on the gold for a free company."
"I always keep my mind on gold," Conan replied. "Mayhap I think on it too much." Ordo groaned, but Conan was saved having to say more by the appearance of the slender girl who had brought the wine jug. Tilting her head to one side, she favored the big Cimmerian with a look, half shyness, half invitation, that made the room suddenly too warm.
"What's your name, girl?"
Ordo asked.
"You're a pretty little bit. Get rid of that cotton shift. Deck yourself with a little silk, and you could work in any tavern in Belverus."
She tossed her head, laughing gaily, silken brown hair rippling about her shoulders. "Thank you, kind sir, and for your generous contribution." Ordo frowned in uncomprehension. "My name is Karen," she went on, her soft brown eyes shifting to Conan like a light-fingered caress. "And by those shoulders you must be the Conan Ariane spoke of. I work in clay, though I hope to have my sculpture cast in bronze some day. Would you pose for me? I can't pay you, but perhaps—" Her mouth softened, full lower lip dropping slightly, and her eyes left no doubt what sort of arrangement she wanted with the muscular barbarian. Conan had barely listened after the mention of posing. An image flashed in his brain of Ariane posing on the table, and he was uncomfortably aware of his face growing hot. Surely she did not mean... She could not want... He swallowed hard and cleared his throat. "You mentioned Ariane. Did she send a message?"
"Why did she see you first?" Karen sighed. "Yes, she did. She's waiting in your room. To tell you something very important," she said.
She ended with a slight smirk. Conan scraped back his stool. "Girl," Hordo said as the Sumerian rose, "what is this posing? I might well do it." Karen slipped into the seat Conan had vacated. All the way across the common room, Conan waited for Hordo's outraged shout. But when he looked back from the foot of the stairs, the one-eyed man was nodding slowly, a delighted grin on his face. Laughing, Conan ran up the stairs. It seemed his friend would receive more than good value for his silver piece. Upstairs, the narrow hall was lined with many doors, most crudely made, for the original chambers had been roughly partitioned into more. When Conan pushed open his own rude plank door, Ariane was standing below the small window high in the wall. His cloak was still wrapped tightly around her, her fists showing at the neck where she held it together. He closed the door behind him and leaned back against it. "I pose," she said without preamble. Her eyes glinted with something he could not quite read. "I pose for my friends who cannot hire models. I do it often, and never have I felt embarrassment. Never until today." "I merely looked at you," he said quietly. "You looked at me." She uttered a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob. "You looked at me, and I felt like one of those girls at the gored ox, wriggling to a flute for drooling men. Mitra, blast your eyes! How dare you make me feel like that?" "You are a woman," he said. "I looked at you as a man looking at a woman." She closed her eyes and addressed the cracked ceiling. "Hama All-Mother, why must I be stirred by an untutored barbarian who thinks with his sword?" A smug smile grew on his face, to be quashed almost immediately by a glare from her large hazel eyes. "A man may take as many women as he wishes," she said fiercely. "I refuse to have less freedom than a man. If I choose to have but one man at a time to my mat, and have no other till he leaves or I do, that is my affair. Can you accept me as I am?" "Did your mother never tell you a man likes to do the asking?" He laughed. "Mitra, blast your heart!" she snarled. "Why do I waste my time?" Muttering to herself, she stalked toward the door, cloak flaring in her haste. Conan reached out one massive arm, curling it around her waist beneath the cloak. She had time for one strangled squawk before he lifted her, the cloak floating to the floor, to crush her soft breasts against the hard expanse of his chest. "Will you stay with me, Ariane?" he asked, looking into her startled eyes. Before she could speak, he tangled his free hand in her hair and brought her lips to his. Her small fists bruised themselves against his shoulders, her feet kicked futilely at his shins. Slowly her struggles subsided, and when a satisfied murmur sounded in her throat, he released her hair. Panting, she let her head drop onto his broad chest. "Why did you change your mind?" she managed after a time. "I didn't change it," he replied. She looked up, startled, and he smiled. "Before you asked, this time I did the asking." Laughing throatily, she let her head fall back. "Hama All-Mother," she cried, "will I never understand these strange creatures called men?" He laid her gently on his sleeping mat, and for a long time thereafter only sounds passion-wrought passed her lips. 6. The Street of Regrets in the morning hours fit well Conan's mood. The paving stones were littered with the tawdry refuse of the previous night's revelry. Those few people to be seen were stumbling home bleary-eyed and hollow-faced. Conan kicked rubbish from his path as he strode along, and gave growl for growl to the stray dogs that scavenged among the leavings. The 10 nights past had been an idyll at the sign of the Thestis, wrapped in Ariane's arms, her passions and appetites feeding his own even as they sated them. Stefano brooded much in jealousy and wine, yet the memory of the Cimmerian's anger kept his tongue between his teeth. Hordo, drawn by the attractions of the slender Karen, had moved his few belongings from an inn 3 streets away, and of an evening they drank and told each other lies till the charms of Ariane and Karen parted them. Those were the nights. Days were another matter. Conan paused at the sound of running boots behind him, then continued on as Hordo joined him.
"Ill luck this morrow, too?" the one-eyed man asked, eyeing the Cimmerian's face. Conan nodded shortly. "When I had defeated all 3 bodyguards now in his service, Lord Heranius offered 3 gold marks for me to take service as their chief, with 2 more every 10 day. "Ill luck!" Hordo exclaimed. "Mitra! That's twice the usual rate for bodyguards. I'm tempted to give up smuggling. At least there'd be no danger of the headsman's block. And I must swear bond oath before the city magistrates not to quit his service without leave for 2 years. Oh." Conan's right fist cracked into the other palm with a sound like a club striking leather. A drunk, stumbling his way home, jumped a foot in the air and fell in a puddle of vomit. Conan did not notice. "Everywhere it is the same," he grated. "Free companies or single-blade fee alike. All demand the bond oath, and some require 3 years if they do not require 5. Before the bond oaths," Hordo mused, "some men changed masters every day, getting a silver piece more each time. Look you, why not take service with whoever offers the most gold? This Lord Heranius, by the sound of it. When you're ready to go, if he won't release you, just go. An oath that makes a man a slave is no oath at all. And when I do, I must leave Belverus, perhaps all of Nemedia." He was silent for a time, his boots kicking broken clay wine jars and soiled bits of abandoned clothing from his path. At last he said, "At first it was but talk, Hordo, this free company that I would lead. Now it's more. I'll take no service until I ride at the head of my own company." "It means so much to you?" Hordo said incredulously. He dodged a jar of slops thrown from a second-story window, hurling a curse at the thrower, already gone. "It does," Conan said, ignoring the other's mutters about what had splashed on his boots. "In the final sum of it all, perhaps a man has no more than himself, naught but a strong right hand and the steel in it. And still, to rise, to make some mark in the world, a man must lead others. I was a thief, yet did I rise to command in the army of Turan, and did well at it. I know not how far I may rise, nor how far the path I follow may take me. Yet do I intend to rise as high and go as far as my wits and a good sword will take me. I will have that free company." "When you do," the one-eyed man said dryly, "be you certain they swear the bond oath?" They turned into the street that led to the sign of Thestis. As Conan laughed, 3 men stepped out to spread themselves across the narrow street, broadswords in hand. The sound of boots behind made Conan glance quickly over his shoulder. 2 more armed men stood there, cutting off retreat. The Cimmerian's blade whispered from its worn, shagreen scabbard. Hordo, sword flickering free, pivoted to face those behind. "Stand aside," Conan called to the 3. "Find you easier meet elsewhere." "Naught was said of a second man," the one to Conan's left muttered, his thin, rat-like face twitching. The man to the right, shaven dome gleaming in the morning sun, hefted his sword uneasily. "We cannot take one without the other." "You'll find but your deaths here," Conan said. With his left hand he unfastened the bronze pin that held his cloak, doubling the fur-lined garment loosely over that arm.
The leader, for the tall man in the center with his closely cropped beard was clearly so, spoke for the first time. "Kill them," he said, and his blade thrust for Conan's belly. With panthering grace, the muscular Cimmerian moved aside, his cloak tangling the tall man's blade, while his right foot planted itself solidly in the fellow's crotch. In the same move, Conan's sword beat aside a thrust of the shaven head. Gagging, the leader attempted to straighten, but Conan pivoted, his left foot taking the bearded man on the side of the head, knocking him under the feet of onrushing Ratface. Both went down in a heap. The shaven-headed attacker hesitated, goggle-eyed at his companions on the ground, and died for it. Conan's slashing steel half-severed his throat. Bright red blood fountained as he went to his knees, then toppled onto his face in the muck of the street. Ratface scrambled to his feet, and he tried a desperate overhead hack. Conan's blade rang against the other, bringing it into a sweeping downward circle, sliding his blade along his opponent's, thrusting it into the villain's chest. A quick kick next to his blade freed the body to collapse alongside the other, and Conan spun to find the leader on his feet, his narrow bearded face suffused with rage. He swung while the big Cimmerian was yet turning, staring with surprise as Conan dropped to a squat, buttocks on his heels. Conan's steel sliced a bloody line across his abdomen. The tall man screamed like a woman, dropping his sword as his frantic hands tried vainly to hold his intestines in. His eyes were glazed with death before he struck the filthy paving stones. Conan looked for Hordo, in time to see the one-eyed man's blade decapitate his second attacker. With the head still rolling across the pavement, Hordo turned to glare at Conan, blood oozing from a gash on his sword arm and another smaller on his forehead. "I'm too old for this, Cimmerian. You always say that." As he spoke, Conan bent to check the pouches of the men he had killed. "It's true, I tell you," Hordo insisted. "If these hadn't been such fools as to talk and dither while we sat ourselves, they might have chopped us to dog meat. As it was, my two nearly sliced my cods off. I'm too old, I say." Conan straightened from the bodies with 6 new-minted gold marks. He bounced them on his palm. "Fools they may be, but they were sent after one of us, by somebody willing to pay 10 gold marks for a death." He jerked his head at the 2 Hordo had killed. "You'll find each of them has a pair of these, too." Hordo muttered an oath and bent to the remaining bodies, straightening up with 4 fat coins. The one-eyed man closed his fist tightly on them. "Yon Ratface spoke of not expecting 2. Mitra, who'd pay 10 gold marks for either of us?" A gangling boy shambled out of an alley not a dozen paces distant. At the sight of the bodies, his jaw dropped open, and with a scream of pure terror he dashed away, his wail fading as he sped. "Let us discuss it at the Festus," Conan said, "before we gather an audience." "With our luck," Hordo muttered, "this will be the one morning in half a year the city guard has patrols out." It was but a short distance down the twisting street to the inn, but obviously no one had heard the fighting. Only Karen gave them a second glance when they walked in. In those morning hours there were few of the artists about, and none of the noise that would reverberate in the evening. "Hordo," the slender girl said, "what happened to your arm?" "I fell over a broken wine jar," he replied sheepishly. She gave him a sharp look and left, returning in a moment with a pile of clean rags and a jug of wine. Uncorking the wine, she began to pour it over the gash on Hordo's arm. "No!" he shouted, snatching it from her hand. An amused smile quirked her mouth. "It hurts not that much, Hordo." "It hurts not at all," he growled, "but this is the proper way to use wine." And he tipped the clay jug up to his mouth, with his free hand fending off her attempts to take it back. When finally he stopped for breath, she jerked it away, pouring the little wine that remained over a cloth and dabbing at his forehead. "Hold still, Hordo," she told him. "I will fetch you more wine later." Across the common room, Conan noticed a face strange to the inn. A handsome young man in a richly embroidered red velvet tunic sat at a table in a corner, talking to Gracchus, a swarthy sculptor who spent considerable time in the company of Stefano. After discovering that someone might want him dead, Conan was feeling suspicious of strangers. He touched Karen's arm.
"That man," he said, "the one talking to Gracchus. Who is he? He seems well dressed for an artist."
"Demetrio, an artist," she snorted. "A catamite and a wastrel. They say he's a great wit, but I've never found him so. Betimes he likes to dazzle those among us who can be dazzled by his sort, when he is not rolling in the flesh pots."
"Think you it's him?" Ordo asked.
Conan shrugged.
"Him, or anyone else? By Erebus, Cimmerian, I'm too old for this."
"What are you two talking about?" Karen demanded. "No, I'd as lief not know." She rose, pulling Hordo behind her, a fawn leading a bear. "That cut on your arm needs ointment. Wine jar, indeed."
"When I return," Hordo called over his shoulder to Conan, "we can begin looking for the men we want. Courtesy of our enemy, eh?" "Done," Conan called back, rising, "and I'll fetch that sword. It should fetch a coin or two."
In his room above stairs, the Cimmerian pried up a loosened floorboard and took out the serpentine blade. Light from the small window ran along the gleaming steel and glinted on the silverwork of the quillons. The feel of taint rose from it like a miasma. As he straightened, he wrapped his cloak, rent from the tall man's sword, about the blade. Even holding it in his bare hand made his stomach turn, as the slaying of his first man had not. When Conan returned to the common room, the man in the red velvet tunic was waiting at the foot of the stair, a pomander to his aquiline nose, his eyes lidded with languorous indolence. Yet the Cimmerian noted that the hilt of his sword showed wear, and the hand that held the pomander had bladesman's calluses. Conan started past. "A moment, please," the slender man said. "I am called Demetrio. I collect swords of ancient pattern, and I could not help but hear that you possess such a one and wish to sell it."
"I remember nothing of calling it ancient," Conan replied. The man had a viperish quality the Cimmerian liked not, as if he could smile and clasp a hand, yet strike to the heart while doing so. Still, he found himself listening. "Perhaps I but imagined you named it ancient," Demetrio said smoothly. "If it is not, I have no interest. But an it is, well might I buy." He eyed the cloak-wrapped bundle beneath the Cimmerian's arm. "You have it there?" Conan reached into the cloak and drew forth the blade. "This is the sword," he said, and stopped as Demetrio jumped back, hand to his own sword. The Cimmerian flipped the sword over, proffering the hilt. "Perhaps you wish to try its heft?" "No." The word was a shaky whisper. "I can see that I want it." The flesh about Demetrio's mouth was tight and pale. The strange thought came to Conan that the slender man was afraid of the sword, but he dismissed the notion as foolish. He tossed the sword onto a nearby table. His hand felt dirty from holding it, and that was foolish too. Demetrio swallowed, seeming to breathe more easily as he looked at the blade where it lay. "This sword," he said, not looking at the Cimmerian, "has it any properties? Any magics?" Conan shook his head. "None that I know." Such might add to the price he could demand, but any such claims would be easily disproved. "What will you give?" 3 gold marks, Demetrio said promptly. The big Cimmerian blinked. He had been thinking in terms of silver pieces. But if the sword had some value to this young man, it was time to bargain. "For a blade so ancient," he said, "many collectors would pay 20. The slender man gave him a searching look. "I have not so much with me," he muttered. Shocked, Conan wondered if the blade was that of some long-dead king. Demetrio had made not even a pretense of haggling. His practiced thief's eye priced the amethyst-studded gold bracelet on Demetrio's wrist at 50 gold marks, and a small ruby pin on his tunic at twice that. The man would be good for 20 marks, he thought.
"I would be willing to wait," Conan began, when Demetrio pulled the bracelet from his wrist and thrust it at him. "Will you take that?" the fellow asked. "I would not risk another buying while I am gone to get coin. It is worth more than the 20 marks, I assure you. But add in that cloak, for I would not carry a bare blade in the streets." "Cloak and blade are yours," the Cimmerian said, and quickly exchanged the fur-trimmed garment for the bracelet. He felt a surge of joy as his fist closed over the amethyst-studded gold. No need to make do now with the few men 10 gold pieces would hire. His free company was literally in his grasp. "I would ask you," he added, "why this blade has such worth. Is it perhaps the sword of an ancient king or hero?" Demetrio paused in the act of carefully wrapping the cloak about the sword. Carefully, Conan thought, and as gingerly as if it were a dangerous animal. "How are you called?" the slender man asked. "I am called Conan." "You are right, Conan. This is the sword of an ancient king. In fact, you might say this is the sword of Bragoras." And he laughed as if he had said the funniest thing he had ever heard. Still laughing, he gathered up the sword and cloak and hurried into the street. 7. Albinus paused at the door, the crude fur-trimmed bundle beneath his arm out of place in the tapestry-hung room with its carpet-strewn marble floor. Sularia sat before a tall mirror, a golden silk robe about her creamy shoulders, a kneeling slave woman brushing the honey silk of her hair. Seeing his reflection, Sularia let the robe drop, giving him a view of her generous breasts in the mirror. The hawk-faced lord snapped his fingers. The slave looked around. At his gesture, she bowed and fled on bare feet. "You have brought me a gift," Sularia said. "It is wrapped most strangely, and you have." She examined her face in the mirror and lightly stroked rouge onto her cheeks with a brush of fur. "This is not for you," he laughed. "'Tis the sword of Melius." With a key that hung on a golden chain about his neck, he unlocked a large lacquered chest standing against the wall, turning the key first one way, then the other in a precise pattern. Were that pattern not followed exactly, he had told Sularia, a cunningly contrived system of tubes and air chambers would hurl poisoned darts into the face of the opener. Albinus swung back the lid, and, tossing aside the tattered cloak, carefully laid the sword in the place he had prepared for it. The tomes of ancient Acheron, bound in virgin's skin, were there, well layered in silk, and those most vital thaumaturgical implements from the cache. His fingers rested briefly on a bundle of scrolls and rolled canvases. Not yet of any magical significance, they still deserved their place in the chest, those sketches and paintings of Geryon. In a place of honor, resting on a silken cushion atop a golden stand, was a crystal sphere of deepest blue, within which silver flecks danced and glittered. Letting her robe drift to the floor, Sularia came to stand naked beside him. Her tongue touched her lips in small flickers as she stared down at the sword. "It was that blade which slew so many? Is it not dangerous? Ought you not to destroy it?" "It is too useful," he said. "Had I but known what I know now, never would I have put it in the hands of that fool Melius. 'Twas those runes on the blade led me at last to its secret, buried in the grimoires." "But why did Melius slay as he did?" "In the forging of this weapon, the essences of 6 masters of the sword were trapped within the steel." He let his fingers brush lightly along the blade, sensing the power that had been required for its making. Such power would be his, power beyond the ken of mortal minds, power far beyond that of earthly kings. And in that entrapment did madness come. He reached down as if to lift the sword, but stopped with his hand clawed above the hilt. Let the same hand grasp this hilt but 3 times to use this blade, and the mind that controls that hand will be ripped away, merging with the madness of those ancient masters of the sword.
Escape. Slay and escape. Slay. Slay.
Ending on a shout, he looked at Sularia. Her mouth hung open, and she stared at his hand above the sword with open fear in her blue eyes. "How often have you used the sword?" she whispered. He laughed and took his hand away. Instead of the sword, he picked up the crystal sphere, holding it delicately in his fingers, almost reverently, though he knew no power under heaven could so much as chip its seemingly fragile surface. "You fear the sword?" he asked softly. His adamantine gaze seemed to pierce to the heart of the cobalt sphere.
"Here is that which is to be feared, for by this is summoned and controlled a being. A demon? A god? I know not, yet a being of such power that even the tomes of Acheron speak of it in whispers full of awe."
And he would be its master. Master of more power than all the kings of all the nations of the world. His breath quickened at the thought. Never yet had he dared that summoning, for that act held dangers for he who summoned, dangers that master might find himself slave, a mortal plaything for an immortal monster with eternity to amuse itself. Yet was he not descended of Bragoras, ancient hero-king who had slain the dragon Zutharkan and bound the demon Dargon in the depths of the western sea? Almost unbidden, the words of summoning began to roll from his lips. "Afar mea roth, omeni deas kaan, eeth far bi laan, ophia Christi." As the words came, the sky darkened above the city as though the sun had dimmed to twilight. Lightning cracked and forked across a cloudless sky, and rumbling, the earth began to shake. Albinus stumbled, looked around him in sudden panic at walls that quivered like cloth in the breeze. It was too soon for this. It was madness to have tried. And yet he had not finished the incantation. There was a chance. Hastily he returned the sphere, glowing now, to its cushion within the lacquered chest. With great care he blanked his mind. There must be not even the merest thought of summoning. No thought at all. No thought. Slowly the light in the crystal sphere faded, and the earth ceased to move. The lightnings faded and were gone. Light broke forth over the city as if at a new sunrise. For a long time Albinus did not look at Sularia. Did she say one word, he thought grimly, but one word of the spectacle of fool he had made himself, he would gut her and strangle her with her own entrails. But one word. He turned to face her with a face dark as that beneath an executioner's hood. Sularia stared at him with eyes filled with pure lust. "Such power," she whispered. "You are a man of such power, almost I fear me it might blind me to look on you." Her breath came in pants. "Is it thus you will destroy Geryon?" His spirit soared, and his pride. "Geryon is not worthy of such," he sneered. "I will create a man, give him life with my 2 hands. So will I bring the usurper to his doom." "You are so powerful as that," she gasped. He waved it away. "A mere trifle. Already have I done so, and this time the errors of the last will not be repeated." Abruptly he tangled his hand in her hair, forced her to the floor, forced her though she would have gone willingly and more than willingly. "Nothing stands in my way," he said as he lowered himself atop her. She cried out, and he heard in it the cries of the people acclaiming their king, their god. Sophana raised herself from the cushions of her bed, her lushly rounded body sweat-oiled from love-making. Her full breasts swayed with the motion. The man in her bed, a lean young captain of the Golden Leopards, lifted himself unsteadily on one elbow. His dark eyes were worshipful as he gazed at her. "Are you a witch, Sophana?
Each time I think that I will die from the pleasure. Each time I think that I've had all the ecstasy there is in the world. And each time you give me more than I could dream of.
Sophana smiled contentedly. And yet, Thetis, I think you tire of me.
Never,
he said fervently. You must believe me. You are Derketo come to earth. But you refuse me such a small favor.
Sophana, he moaned, you know not what you ask.
My duty, a small favor, she said again, walking slowly back to the bed. His eyes followed her hungrily. She was no slender girl, but a woman of curves, a Calamastian and Callipygian marvel to put hunger in any man's eyes. He reached for her, but she stepped back.
"A door left unlatched, Thetis," she said softly. "A passage left unguarded. Would you deny your king a surprise, the same delights you now enjoy?" The young captain breathed heavily, and his eyes closed.
"I at least must be there," he said at last.
"Of course," she said swiftly, and moved to kneel astride him. "Of course, Thetis, my love." Her smile was Vulcan, the light in her violet eyes feral. Let Albinus make his long drawn-out plans. She would strike while he still planned. It was a pity that Thetis had to die along with Geryon. But that was in the future. Sighing contentedly, she gave herself over to pleasure. 8. The straw butts were each the size of a man's torso. Conan set the last of them in place, and swung into the saddle to gallop the 150 paces back to the men he and Hordo had gathered in the 5 days past. He wished the one-eyed man were with him, but Hordo was yet keeping his contacts with the smugglers, and he was seeing to the shifting of goods from a storehouse before the king's customs made a supposed surprise inspection. They could never tell, Hordo maintained, when those contacts might prove useful. The Cimmerian reined in his big Aquilonian black before the 200 mounted men, holding up a short, heavy bow before the men.
"This is a horse bow."
The bows had been a lucky find, for mounted archery was an art unknown in the West, and Conan counted on this skill to add to his free company's appeal to patrons. The bows had been lying unstrung in the smuggler's storehouse, thought too short and of too heavy a draw to be wanted. Each of the 40 now wore other acquisitions from the storehouse: metal jazzerate hauberks over padded tunics and spiked helms. A round shield hung at each saddle, and a good Turanian scimitar bearing the proof mark of the royal foundry at Agropur swung at each hip. Conan hoped their armor was unfamiliar enough to Numidia to give them a foreign flavor. Men usually believed that foreigners knew strange tricks of fighting. With the horse bows they might believe correctly. As he and Hordo had chosen only men already possessing a horse, they had gold enough only for signing bonuses, not for buying horses, so had they chosen men who knew something of archery. But none knew mounted archery. That was why Conan had brought them to this clearing outside of Belvorus.
"You're all accustomed to using a bow ring on your thumb," he went on, "but when you fight mounted, you must be able to shift from bow to sword to lance and back quickly. A bow ring encumbers the grip." "How do you draw the thing at all?" asked a grizzled man with a livid scar across his broad nose. He held the short bow out at arm's length and attempted to draw it. The cord moved no more than a handspan, producing laughter from some of the others. The grizzled man's name was Machaon. Though he did not recognize Conan, the Cimmerian knew him for the sergeant who had commanded the city guards in killing Lord Melius. "Use a 3-fingered grip on the cord," Conan said, once the laughter had died, "and draw thusly." The muscular Cimmerian notched an arrow, and placing the bowstring to his cheek, pushed the short, powerful bow out to draw it. As he did so, he pressed with his knees, bringing the war-trained black around. The straw butts seemed to swing before his eyes. He loosed. With a solid thud, the shaft struck square in the center of the middle butt. A surprised murmur went up from the men. "Thus is it done," Conan said. "'Tis more than passing strange," a tall, hollow-cheeked man muttered, "this archery from horseback." His black eyes were sunken, and he looked as though he had been ravaged by disease, though those among the company who knew him said he had no sickness but a doleful spirit. "If it is a thing of use, why do we not see it among the armies of Numidia or Aquilonia or any other civilized land?" Conan was saved, answering, by Machaon. "Open your mind, Naris," the grizzled man said, "and for once let not your mournful mood color what you see. Think you, we can appear, strike, and be gone while foot archers rush to plant their sharpened stakes against the charge they expect, while pikemen and ordinary infantry yet prepare to close ranks against the mounted attacks they know. Enemy cavalry will be but lowering their lances to countercharge when our arrows strike to their hearts. Put off your dolorous countenance, Norris, and smile at the surprise we will give our enemies.
Norris deliberately showed his teeth in a grin that made him look more the plague victim than ever. A ripple of laughter and obscene comment greeted his attempt.
"McCain has seen the right of it," Conan announced. "I name him now as sergeant of this free company."
A surprised and thoughtful look appeared on McCain's scar-nosed face, and a murmur of approval rose from the rest. Even Norris seemed to think it a good choice, in his mournful way.
"Now," Conan continued, "let each man take a turn at the butts. First with the horse unmoving."
For 3 full turns of the glass, the Cimmerian kept them at it, progressing to shooting with their mounts at a walk, thence to firing at the gallop. Every man knew horsemanship and the bow, if not together, and they made good advance. By that time's end, they did not use their horsebows so well as Turanian light cavalry, yet was their skill enough to surprise and shock any of these western lands. McCain, to no one's surprise, and Norris, to everyone's, were the best after Conan. After that time, the Cimmerian led them back into Belverus, to one of the stables that lined the city's wall, where he had arranged for their horses to be tended. After each man had given his mount into the care of a stable slave, he left to go his own way until the morrow, when Conan had commanded them to meet again at the stable, for such was the custom of free companies when not in service. It was about that last that McCain spoke as Conan was leaving.
"A moment, Captain,"
the grizzled man said, catching Conan at the heavy wooden doors of the stable. McCain had been handsome as a youth, but aside from the scar that cut across his broad nose, his face was a map of his campaigns. On his left cheek was a small tattoo of a 6-pointed star from Koth. 3 thin gold rings from Argos dangled from the lobe of his right ear, and his hair was cut short in front and long in back, after the style of the Ophirian border.
"It would be well, Captain, if you were to put the company into service soon. Though it's been but a few days since we swore the bond oath, yet have I heard some complain openly that we earn no gold, and speak of the ease of taking a second bond oath using another name before another magistrate."
"Let them know that we'll take service soon," Conan replied, though he wondered himself why he had approached none of the merchants who might wish to hire a free company.
"I see that I made a good choice for sergeant." McCain hesitated, then asked quietly, "Know you who I am?"
"I know who you are, but I care not who you were." Conan met the man's dark-eyed gaze until McCain finally nodded.
"I'll see to the men, Captain."
From the stable, Conan made his way to the sign of Festus, through streets that seemed to have twice as many beggars and 3 times as many toughs as a 10-day passed. No plump merchant or stern-faced noble now made his way in even the high streets without a hard-eyed escort, and no slave-born curtained litter, whether it contained a noble's sleek daughter or the hot-eyed courtesan who served him, traveled shorn of its bevy of armed and armored guardians. The city guard were nowhere to be seen. The Festus, when Conan entered, was filling, as it always did of a midday, with youthful artists in search of a free meal from the inn's stew-pot. Their arguments and musical instruments blended into a cacophony that the Cimmerian had learned to ignore. He grabbed Karen's arm as she rushed past, a clay wine jug in each hand. "Has Hordo returned?" he asked. She set one of the jugs down hard enough to crack it, ignoring the wine spreading across the tabletop and the yelps of those seated there. "He sent a message by a boy," she said coldly. "You are to meet him at the sign of the full moon on the Street of Regrets, a glass past the sun's zenith."
"Why there? Did he say why he does not come here?"
Karen's eyes narrowed to slits, and she spoke through clenched teeth. "There was some mention of a dancer with breasts." "Enough! If you would learn more, learn it from that miserable one-eyed goat." The Cimmerian suppressed a smile until she had flounced away. He hoped this dancer was all that Hordo thought, for the one-eyed man was surely going to pay for his pleasures when he again came in reach of Karen. He was trying to decide if he had time for a bowl of stew. It was assuredly better than that served on the Street of Regrets, before leaving to meet Hordo when Ariane approached and put a small hand on his arm. He smiled, suddenly thinking of a better use for his time than a bowl of stew. "Come up to my room," he said, slipping an arm around her. He pulled her close and tried out his best leer. "We could discuss poetry." She tried to suppress a giggle and almost succeeded. "If by poetry you mean what I think you mean, you want to do more than talk about it." Her smile faded, and her eyes searched his face. "There's something more important to speak of now, but I must have your oath never to repeat a word of what is said to you. You must swear." "I do swear," he said slowly. Abruptly, he knew why he had not hired his free company out. Without a doubt, a company in service to merchant or noble would be expected to support the throne in a rebellion. But he wanted no part of crushing Ariane and her friends, most especially not Ariane. "I've wondered," he went on, "when you would speak to me of this revolt of yours." Ariane gasped. "You know," she whispered. Quickly she put her fingers on his lips to prevent him speaking. "Come with me." He followed her through the tables into the back of the inn. There, in a small room, Stefano slouched scowling against the flaking wall, and Gracchus, the stocky sculptor, straddled a bench, grinning. Lucas, a thin man with a big nose, who called himself a philosopher, sat cross-legged on the floor, chewing his lower lip. "He knows," Ariane said as she closed the door, and they all jumped. Conan casually put his hand to his sword hilt. "He knows," Stefano yelped. "I told you he was dangerous. I told you we should have nothing to do with him. This is not our part of it." "Keep your voice down," Ariane said firmly. "Do you want to tell everyone in the inn?" He subsided sulkily, and she went on, addressing the others too. "It's true that recruiting men like Conan was not part of what we were supposed to do, but I've heard each one of you complain that you wanted to take a more direct part." "At least you can write poetry taunting Geryon," Gracchus muttered. "All I can do is copy what you write and scatter it in the streets. I can't do a sculpture to rouse the people." "King Geryon sits on the dragon throne," Conan said suddenly. They all stared at him. "King Geryon sits to his feast alone. I saw that one. Did you write it, Ariane?" "Gallia's work," she said dryly. "I write much better than that." "This is all beside the point," Stefano shrilled. "We all know why you trust him, Ariane." He met Conan's icy blue stare and swallowed hard. "I think what we do is dangerous. We should leave hiring this sort of man to Taurus. He knows them, we don't." "We know Conan," Ariane persisted, "and we all agreed, yes, you too, Stefano, that we should take a part in finding fighting men, whatever Taurus says. With Conan we get not 1, but 40. "If they'll follow him," Gracchus said. "They will follow me wherever there is gold," Conan replied. Gracchus looked a little unsettled at that, and Stefano laughed mockingly. "Gold." "Fools," Ariane taunted. "How many times have we talked of those who claimed that revolution should be kept pure, that only those who fought for the right reasons should be allowed to take part? How many of them went to the impaling stake for their purity?" "Our cause is just," Stefano grated. "We taint it with gold." Ariane shook her head wearily. "Time and again we have argued this. The time for such argument is long past, Stefano. How think you Taurus gathers fighting men? With gold, Stefano, gold." "And from the start did I oppose it," the lanky sculptor replied. "The people would follow us and rise," she cut him off. "They would follow us, and none of us knowing aught of weapons or war would be cut down." "Our ideals," he muttered, "are not enough." She glared at each of her fellow conspirators in turn, and they shifted uneasily beneath her gaze. Of them all, Conan realized the strongest will was housed within her sweet curves. "What I want," Gracchus announced, "is a chance to hold a sword in my hand. Conan, can I ride with you on the day?" "I have not said I would join you," Conan replied slowly. Ariane gasped, clutching her hands beneath her rounded breasts, her face a picture of dismay. Gracchus sat open-mouthed. I told you he was not to be trusted, Stefano muttered. My men will follow me, the Cimmerian went on, but not if I lead them only to the headsman's block or the impaling stake. I cannot join you without some idea of your chances of success, and to know that, I must know your plans. He could betray us, Stefano said quickly. Be quiet, Stefano, Ariane said, but she studied the Cimmerian's face without speaking further. I am not civilized enough, Conan told her softly, to betray my friends. She nodded shakily. Stefano tried to cut her off, but she ignored him. Taurus hires warriors. He says that we need at least 1,000, but he will soon have that many. Our strength, though, is the people. Their anger is so great now, and their hunger, that they would pull Geryon down with their bare hands, could they? Some know they will receive weapons, others will follow. We have weapons for 10,000, weapons smuggled across the border. Some, no doubt, by your friend Hordo. 10,000, Conan said, remembering Hordo's estimate of 5. 10, Graecus said. I've seen them. Taurus showed me a storehouse full. And let him count them, too, Conan thought dryly. It takes a great deal of gold to arm 10,000, even poorly, and more to hire 1,000 already armed. You provided this gold? Some part of it, yes, Ariane said defensively. But as you know, we earn no great amounts, and most of what we have from our other sources goes to this inn. There are some, Stefano said loftily, who despite their wealth believe that we are right, and Geryon will destroy Nemedia. They furnish Taurus with what is needed to acquire arms and men. Who are they? Conan asked. Will they support you openly, put their names behind you once you take to the streets? Of course, Stefano said, but almost immediately his loftiness fell into uncertainty. That is, I suppose they will. You see, they prefer to remain anonymous. He laughed shakily. Why, not even any of us here has ever seen them. Their money goes directly to Taurus. What Stefano means, Ariane said, as the sculptor sank into silence, is that they're affrighted we will fail, and fear to find themselves upon the headsman's block. 'Tis likely they think to manipulate us, and the revolution, to increase their own wealth and position. But if they do, they forget that we command the people, and 1,000 armed men. 1,000 armed men who had taken gold from these mysterious benefactors, Conan thought wearily. But what is your plan? Not just to rush into the streets, handing swords out to the people? Graecus smiled broadly. We are not such fools as you might think us, Conan. Those of us who distribute the bread in Hellgate have found men who can be trusted, marked out those who will follow when the word is given. These will receive the weapons. We will lead them to surround the royal palace, while Taurus takes the 1,000 to seize the city gates and lay siege to the city guard and their barracks. What of the free companies and the bodyguards? Conan asked. There must be 3,000 such in the city, and those who have paid them will most certainly support the king. Yes, Ariane said, but each will also keep his bodyguard close about him till he sees what happens. We can ignore them. If necessary, they can be rooted out later, one by one. A free company of 100 may be overrun by 1,000 from the gutter to whom death is no more than an escape from hunger. She looked ready to lead such an assault herself, small head erect, shoulders back outthrusting her breasts to strain the fabric of her shift, eyes alight with hazel fire. Conan knew her words were true. Men who welcomed death were fearsome opponents in the assault, though more easily dealt with in the long campaign. Whatever the outcome of this meeting, he must keep his company ready to move at all times with no more than an instant's warning. What he said, though, was, "What of the army?" It was Graecus again who answered. The closest troops are 1,000 at Heranium and 2 at Geraculum. They would take 5 days to reach Belverus once they have been commanded to march, but will be too few to do anything to effect while we hold the city gates. As to the forces on the Aquilonian border, they will still have to decide to abandon the border, worrying all the while of what Aquilonia will do. 10 days' march from the border for a sizable force, Conan said thoughtfully. 2 days hard riding for a message to get there. So you can count on 12 days before you must face siege machinery and soldiers in numbers to assault the city walls. Perhaps it will be longer, but 'tis best to count on no more. You have an eye for such things, Gracchus said approvingly. We plan based on 12 days. And we will have no need for them, Stefano pronounced with a dismissive wave of his hand. Long before then, the downtrodden of the city will have risen to join us. 100,000 men will line the walls of the city, shoulder to shoulder. We will have called on Geryon to abdicate. Abdicate, Conan shouted. The others started, staring at the walls as if they could see them listening. He went on in a lower tone. You raise a rebellion, then call on Geryon to abdicate? 'Tis madness. The Golden Leopards could hold the royal palace for half a year of siege, perhaps more. You have 12 days. 'Tis none of my idea, Ariane said disgustedly. From the first have I said we must sweep over the palace in the first hour. And slaughter everyone there, Stefano said. Then we are no better than Geryon, our beliefs and ideals so much rhetoric. I do not remember, Gracchus said slowly, who it was first suggested we demand that Geryon abdicate. On first thought, perhaps it seems best to do as Ariane wishes, attack the palace while the Golden Leopards yet believe it is no more than another disturbance in the streets. But we cannot totally abandon the very ideals for which we fight. Besides, he finished with a smile, as if he had found the solution, it is well known that the hill on which the royal palace sits is riddled with 100 passages, any one of which will take us inside its defenses. Everyone may know of these passages, Ariane said, her voice dripping acid, but do you know where to find one of them? Just one? We could dig, the stocky man suggested weakly. Ariane snorted, and he subsided. Conan shook his head. Geryon will not abdicate. No king would. You will but waste time you do not have to waste. If he will not abdicate, Stefano said, then the people will storm the royal palace and tear him to pieces with their bare hands for his crimes against them. The people, Conan said, staring at the dark-browed man as if he had never seen his like before. You talk of preventing a slaughter that will tarnish your ideals. What of the thousands who will die taking the palace? If they can. We compromised our ideals by hiring swordsmen for gold, Stefano maintained stubbornly. We cannot compromise them further. All who die will be martyrs to a just and glorious cause. When is this glorious day? Conan asked sarcastically. As soon as Taurus has gathered his 1,000 men, Gracchus replied. In effect, then this Taurus gives the word for your uprising? Gracchus nodded slowly, a suddenly doubtful look on his face, and Conan went on. Then I must speak to Taurus before I decide whether to join you. Ariane's eyes grew wide. You mean that you still may turn aside from us, after we have opened ourselves to you? We have told him all, Stefano cried, his voice growing more shrill by the word. He can betray everything. We have given ourselves to this barbarian. His face suddenly hard. Conan gripped his sword with both hands, pulling it up so that the hilt was before his face. Stefano stumbled back with a shriek like a woman, and Gracchus scrambled his feet. Ariane's face was pale, but she did not move. By this steel, Conan said, and by Crom, Lord of the Mound, I swear that I will never betray you. His icy blue eyes found Ariane's and held them. I will die first. Ariane stepped forward, her face full of wonder, and placed a hesitant hand on the Cimmerian's cheek. You are like no other man I have ever known, she whispered. Her voice firmed. I believe him. We will arrange a meeting for him with Taurus. Agreed, Stefano? Gracchus? The two sculptors nodded jerkily. Lucas? Lucas! What? The skinny philosopher started as if he had been asleep. Whatever you say, Ariane. I agree with you wholeheartedly. His eye lit on Conan's bared blade, and his head jerked back to thump against the wall. He remained like that, staring at the steel with horrified eyes. Philosophers, Ariane murmured laughingly. "I must go," Conan said, returning his sword to its scabbard. "I must meet Hordo." "I will see you tonight, then," Ariane said. Stefano suddenly looked as if his stomach pained him. "And, Conan," she added as he turned for the door, "I trust you with my life." With her life, the Cimmerian thought as he left the inn. Yet was she involved to the heart in the conspiracy and uprising? It could succeed, if Taurus had in fact the 1,000 trained and armed men he claimed. If the people rose and followed, and did not flee when faced with the interlocked shields and steady tread of infantry, the armored charge of heavy cavalry, and the roof-rending crash of monstrous siege engines. If the rebels, in their pride, could be convinced to let their ideals wait on victory and seize the palace while the golden leopards yet stood unaware. Too many ifs. Her life was bound with a doomed cause. Yet in the pride of his youth Conan swore another oath, this to himself. While holding to his oath not to betray, he would save her life despite her. 9. By 1 glass past midday, the Street of Regrets had begun its revelry, though slowly, yet building for the climax of night. 100 jugglers tossed balls, batons, rings, knives, and flaming wands where 1,000 soon would. 100 strumpets, rouged, perfumed, and bangled, lightly draped with brightly colored silks, postured where 2,000 would strut at dark. Through them strolled scores of richly tunicked nobles and merchants, each convoyed by his sword-bearing man or pair, vanguard for the multitudes to follow. Litters in dozens, borne by well-muscled slaves, bounded by armored guards, carried sleek, hot-breathed women, seeking in advance of their sisters the vices offered by the desperate. And among them all the beggars wheedled in their rags. Conan, making his way down the street, indifferent to its sights and sounds, found himself laughing when at last he spied the sign of the full moon. On a slab of wood hanging above the entrance was painted a naked woman, kneeling and bent, her back to the viewer, and her buttocks glowing as if reflecting the sun. This spoke of the raucous delights that Hordo would choose. Suddenly one of the litters caught his eye, scarlet-curtained, its black poles and framing worked with gold. Of a certainty it was the litter he had seen his first day in Belverus, the litter of the veiled woman who had looked at him so strangely. The scarlet curtain twitched aside, and once again he was looking into the eyes of the woman veiled in gray. Over that distance he could discern not even so much as their color, yet those tilted eyes were familiar to him. Hauntingly so, if he could but bring back the memory. He shook his head. Memory and imagination played tricks. 100 women he had known, and 1,000 he had not, could have eyes exactly alike. He turned to enter the full moon. From behind, sweeping over the murmur of the street, came a sound, a woman's laugh, half sob. He spun, an icy chill running up his spine. That laugh had seemed so familiar that he was almost sure if he opened his mouth a name would emerge to match it. But no woman was there, save the whores. The litter was swallowed up in the throng. The Cimmerian eased sword and belt-dagger in their sheaths, as if that easing would ease his mind. He was too much on edge for worry of Ariane, he told himself. It would do good to lose himself for a time with Hordo in drink and ogling of this fabulous dancer. He plunged into the full moon. The common room of the full moon smelled of sour wine and stale perfume. The rough wooden tables were not more than a third filled at this hour, with men who hunched over their drinks, nursing their wine and their own dark fears together. 7 women danced to 2 shrill flutes and a zither, each carrying a strip of transparent red silk used now to cover the face, now to conceal bare breasts. From thin gilded girdles worn low on rounded hips depended curved brass plates that covered the juncture of their thighs, each plate marked with the price for which she who wore it could be enjoyed in the rooms above. Though all the dancers were nicely curved, Conan saw none he believed would have excited Hordo's imagination the way the message indicated. Perhaps they had other dancers, he thought, who would appear later. As he took a table close to the narrow platform where the dancers writhed, a plump serving wench appeared at his elbow, a single twist of muslin about her hips. "Wine," he said, and she darted away. As he settled to enjoying the women on the stage, he became aware of someone staring at him. Hesitantly, the thin philosopher Lucas approached his table. May I talk with you, Conan?" The thin man looked about him nervously as he spoke, as though afraid of being overheard. The only other men not concentrating on their wine were three dark-skinned Kothians, their hair braided into metal rings and Carpaci daggers strapped to their forearms. They appeared to be arguing as to whether the dancers were worth the prices they bore. Still, Lucas half fell onto the stool across from Conan, leaning across the table and pitching his voice in an urgent whisper, as if he expected someone to stop him violently at any second. "I had to talk to you, Conan. I followed your sword. When I saw it, I knew. You're the one. You are the kind of man who can do this sort of thing. I am not. I'm just not a man of action." Sweat poured down his narrow face, though the tavern was shadowed and cool. "You do understand, don't you?" "Not a word," Conan said. Lucas squeezed his eyes shut, muttering under his breath, and when he opened them he seemed to have gotten a grip on himself. "You agree that Geryon must be removed, do you not?" "That's what you're planning," Conan replied noncommittally. "But—" Lucas's voice rose alarmingly. He pulled it down with visible effort. "But that has to be changed now. We can wait no longer. What happened these few days past? The sun darkening, the ground trembling. The gods have turned their faces from the Media. That was a sign, a warning that we must remove Geryon before they remove him, and with him all of Belverus." Conan's own god, Crom, Dark Lord of the Mound, gave a man life and will and nothing more. Conan had seen little evidence that other gods did any more. As for the darkened sky and the trembling ground, it was his opinion that someone in Belverus worked at sorcery, despite Geryon's prohibitions. He had no love of such, but for once he was not involved, and he intended to remain that way. All he said was, "You think your plans should be advanced, then? But why speak to me of it?" "No, you don't understand. Not those plans. Something different, more immediate." The thin man's face had a sheen now from the sweat that covered it, and his voice shook, though he kept it low. "We are to be introduced into the palace, you see, with knives. Geryon must die immediately. But I cannot. I am not that sort of man. You are a man of violence. Take my place." "I'm no assassin," Conan growled. Lucas yelped, eyes darting frantically. "Keep your voice down." He almost sobbed. "You don't understand. You have to." "I understand what you ask," Conan said coldly. "Ask again, and I'll give you my fist in your teeth." A sudden thought struck him. "Does Ariane know of this?" "You must not tell her. You must not tell anyone. I should never have spoken to you." Abruptly, Lucas stumbled to his feet. Backing away from the table, he made vague and futile gestures. "Consider it, Conan. Will you do that? Just consider it." The Cimmerian made as if to rise, and with a yelp the philosopher scrambled away, almost diving into the street. Conan's mouth twisted angrily. How dare the man consider him so? An assassin? A murderer? He had killed, surely, and likely would again, but because he had to, not because he had been paid to. But more important than his feelings was Ariane. Conan could see no way for a man like Lucas, smelling of fierce sweat, to enter the royal palace without being taken. And once given a whiff of hot irons and pincers, the philosopher would babble every name he knew back to his mother. The Cimmerian could escape if worst came to worst, but Ariane would be a fawn in a snare. Would Hordo appear, he decided, they would find Ariane, and he would warn her about Lucas. Thinking of Hordo reminded him of his wine. Where could that serving girl be? Nowhere in sight, that was certain. In the entire tavern no one was moving except the dancers and the 3 Kothians, apparently ambling closer for a better inspection of the wares. Conan started to rise to go in search of the girl, and as he did, one of the Kothians suddenly shouted at him, "I told you she is my woman, barber!" With practiced moves, the 3 crossed their wrists and drew their forearm daggers. The flutes ceased their play, and the dancers ran screaming as the Kothians plunged at the muscular Cimmerian, a blade in each fist. One-handed, Conan heaved his table over to crash before them. "Fools!" he shouted as he sprang to his feet. "You have the wrong man!" 2 of the Kothians danced aside, but one fell, rolling to his knees before Conan, daggers stabbing. Conan sucked in his belly, and the blades skittered off his jazzerate hauberk, one to either side. Before the attacker could move, Conan's knee had smashed into his bony chin, splintering teeth and a spray of blood. Even as the man's blades fell from nerveless hands, and he followed them unconscious to the filthy floor, Conan's own steel was in his grasp, broadsword and belt dagger held low at the ready. "You have the wrong man," he said again. The remaining 2 split, gliding in the feline crouch of experienced knife fighters. Noise picked up at the tables as men took wagers on the outcome. "I've never seen you before, nor your woman." The 2 men continued to move, flanking the Cimmerian, blades held low for the thrust that would slip under the overlapping metal plates of his hauberk. "You are he," one said, and when Conan's eyes flickered to him, the other attacked. The Cimmerian had been expecting it, though. Even as his eyes shifted, so had his sword slashed. The attacking Kothian screamed, a fountain of blood where his right hand had been. Desperately clutching the stump of his wrist, the man staggered back, sinking to the floor with the front of his tunic staining deeper red with every spurt. Conan spun back to face the 3rd man, but that one was of no mind to continue the business. Dismay writ large on his dark face. He stared at his 2 fellows on the floor, one senseless and one bleeding to death. The big Cimmerian pointed at him with his sword. "Now, you will tell me—" Suddenly, the door of the tavern was filled with city guardsmen, a dozen of them crowding through with swords in hand. The first one pointed at Conan. "There he is!" he shouted. In a mass, the guardsmen surged forward, plowing through onlookers and toppling tables in their haste. "Crom," Conan muttered. They looked to have no mind for asking who had begun the fighting or why. Springing onto the narrow stage, he dashed for the door the dancers had used. It was latched. "Take him!" a guardsman howled. "Cut him down!" Bursting through the tavern's patrons, most of whom would gladly have gotten out of the way had they been given a chance, the guardsman rushed for the stage. Conan took a quick step back and hurled himself against the rough wooden door, smashing through in a shower of splinters. Dancers, shrieking now again, huddled in the narrow passage, at the end of which he saw a doorway letting on to the outside. Hurriedly, he forced his way through the scantily clad dancers. At the doorway he paused, then turned, waving his sword overhead, and roared, making the most horrible face he could. Screaming with renewed energy, the dancers stampeded back onto the stage. Shouts of consternation rose as the guardsmen found themselves caught in a deluge of hysterical female flesh. That should hold them, Conan thought. Sheathing his steel, he hurried out into an alley behind the tavern. Little wider than his shoulders and twisting like a snake, it smelled of old vomit and human excrement. He chose a direction and started off through the buzzing flies. Before he reached the first turning, a shout rose behind him. "There he goes!" A glance over his shoulder confirmed that the guardsmen were pouring into the alley. The gods must have tainted his luck, he thought, to send him the only guardsman in Belverus with a mind for duty. Perhaps they did not like women. Shouting and slipping in the filth, the black-cloaked squad rushed after him. Conan set out at a run, keeping his balance as best he could, half falling against the walls at every twisting of the alley, his massive shoulders knocking more stucco from the flaking, mildewed buildings. Another alley serpentined across the one he followed. He dodged down it. Still another passage appeared, winding cramped between dark walls, and he turned into that. Behind, the curses of his pursuit followed. As he ran, he realized that he was in a warren, a maze of ancient passages in an area surrounded by more normal roadways. The buildings seemed ready to topple and fill those passages with rubble, for though they had begun long years past with but single stories, as years and needs demanded more room that could not be got by building outward, extra rooms had been constructed atop the roofs, and more atop those, till they resembled nothing so much as haphazard stacks of stuccoed and gray-tiled boxes. In such a region, running like a fox before hounds, it would be a matter of luck if he found his way to the outside before his pursuers seized him. And it seemed his luck was sour that day. But there was another option, for one who had been among the icy crags and cliffs of Samaria. With a mighty leap, he caught the edge of a roof and swung himself up to lie flat on the slate tiles. The curses and shouts of the guardsmen came closer, were below him, were moving off. "He's up there!" a man shouted below. "I see his foot!" "Erlich's bowels and bladder," Conan muttered. His luck was not sour. Verily, it had rotted. As the guardsmen struggled to climb, the Cimmerian darted across the slates, hoisted himself onto a higher level, scrambled over it, and leaped to a lower roof. With a great crack, the tiles gave way beneath his feet, and he plummeted into the room below. Dazed, Conan struggled to his feet in a welter of broken slate. He was not alone, he realized. In the shadows against the far wall, face obscured, a large man in an expensive cloak of plain blue uttered a startled oath in the accents of the gutter. Another man, short beard circling a face pocked with the marks of some disease, stared in disbelief at Conan. It was the third man, though, a gray cloak pulled over his scarlet tunic, who drew the eye. Hawk-faced and obsidian-eyed, his dark hair slashed at the temples with white, he looked born to command. And now he issued one. "Kill him," he said. Crom, Conan thought, reaching for his sword. Did everyone in Belverus want him dead? The pock-faced man put hand to sword hilt. "Down there!" came a shout from above. No muscle moved in the room save a twitching of the pock-faced man's cheek. "That hole in the roof! A silver piece to the man who first draws blood!" Visage dark as death, the hawk-faced man raised a clawed hand as if he could strike Conan across the breadth of the room. There were thuds above as men dropped to the roof. "No time," the hawk-faced one snarled. Turning, he stalked from the room. The other two vanished behind him. Conan had no mind either to greet the guardsmen or to follow on the heels of those three. His eye lit on a tattered cloth, hung against the wall like a tapestry, as if it hid something. He jerked it aside to reveal a door. That led on to another room, full of dust and empty of else, but from there another door opened into a hall. As Conan closed that one softly behind him, he heard the thumps of men dropping through the hole in the roof. For a wonder, after the maze of the alleys, the corridor ran straight to a street. And for its length the Cimmerian saw no one save one aging blouse who cracked a door and gave him a gap-toothed smile of invitation. Shuddering at the thought, he hurried on. When he got back to the Festus, the first person he saw was Hordo, scowling into a mug of wine. He dropped onto a stool across from him. "Hordo, did you send a message telling me to meet you at the sign of the full moon?" "What? No." Hordo shook his head, without looking up from his mug. "Answer me this, Cimmerian. Do you understand any part of women? I walked in, told Karen she had the prettiest eyes in Belverus, and she slapped my face and said she supposed I thought her breasts weren't big enough." He sighed mournfully. "And she won't say another word to me." "Mayhap I can illumine your problem," Conan said, and in a low voice he told of the message purporting to come from the one-eyed man and what had occurred at the full moon. Hordo caught the import at once.
Then 'tis you they're after. Whoever they are. Did the knifemen not take you? The guardsmen were meant to.
Aye, Conan said. When the guardsmen followed so doggedly, I knew their palms had been crossed with gold. But I still know not who did the crossing. Hordo drew a line through a puddle of spilled wine with a spatulate finger.
Have you thought of leaving Belverus, Conan? We could ride south. Trouble brews in Ophir, too, and there's no dearth of hiring for free companies. I tell you, this business of someone you know not seeking your death sits ill with me. I knew you should have heeded that blind soothsayer.
You knew, Conan shook his head. And I ride south, Hordo. I lose the company. Some would not leave the gold to be had here, and I have not the gold to pay the rest until we find service in Ophir. Besides, there are things I must attend to here first.
Things? Conan, tell me you're not involving us in this hopeless children's revolt.
Not exactly. Not exactly, Hordo said hollowly.
Tell me what it is you are doing exactly.
Earn a little gold, Conan replied. Discover who means to have me dead and deal with them. Oh, and save Ariane from the headman's axe. You don't want Charon's pretty head to fall, do you?
Perhaps not,
the one-eyed man said grudgingly. Looking around the room until he spotted Charon, Conan waved for her to come to the table. She hesitated, then came over stiffly. "Is Ariane here?" he asked her. The first part of saving her head was to let her know about Lucas so she could stop him. "She went out," Charon said. She looked straight at the big Cimmerian as if Hordo did not exist. "She said she had to arrange a meeting for you."
"About that message this forenoon," Hordo said suddenly.
Casually, Charon leaned over and tipped his wine mug into his lap. He leaped to his feet, cursing, as she left.
"Beheading's too good for her," he growled. "Since we've both been abandoned, as it seems, let us go to the Street of Regrets. I know a den of vice so iniquitous that horrors blush to hear it mentioned."
"Not the sign of the full moon, I trust," Conan laughed.
"Never a bit, Cimmerian."
Hordo broke into song in a voice like a jackass in pain.
"Oh, I knew a wench from Alcibiades. Her nipples were like rubies. Her hair was gold, but her rump was cold, and her—"
A sudden, shocked silence had descended on the common room.
"You're not singing, Conan!"
Laughing, Conan got to his feet, and roaring the truly obscene second verse, they marched out to horrified gasps. 10.
"Are you certain?"
Albinus demanded. Golden lamps suspended on chains from the arched ceiling of the marble-columned hall cast shadows on the planes of his face, making him look the wolf he was fiercer cousin to. Demetrio bristled sulkily, half at the doubting tone and half for having been made to wait on Albinus in the entry hall.
"You wanted Safana watched," he muttered. "I had her watched, and I'm certain. Would I have come in the night were I not?" "Follow me," Albinus commanded, speaking as to a servant.
And he no more noticed the young catamite's pale lips and clenched fists than he would have those of a servant. Demetrio followed as commanded. That was all that was important. Albinus had slipped already into his persona of king. After all, it was now but a matter of days. His last essential acquisition had been made that very day. The dark-eyed lord went directly to the chamber where he so often sported himself with Sularia, but the woman was not there now. He tugged the brocaded bell-pull on the wall in a particular fashion, then went straight to his writing desk.
"When?"
he demanded, uncapping the silver ink-pot. Taking quill and parchment before him, he scribbled furiously.
"How long have I before she acts?"
"I was not privy to her planning," Demetrio answered with asperity.
"Is it not enough that she gathers her myrmidons about her this night?"
"Fool," Albinus grated. With quick movements, the hawk-faced lord sprinkled sand across the wet-inked parchment from a silver cellar, then lit the flames beneath a small bronze wax-pot. A slave entered, his short white tunic embroidered at the hem with Albinus's housemark. Albinus ignored him, pouring off the sand and folding the parchment, sealing it with a drop of wax and his signet.
Had all Saphanus conspirators come, Demetrios, when your watcher brought word to you?
When the third arrived, he came to me immediately. She would not have 3 of them together if she did not mean to strike tonight. Cursing, Albinus handed the parchment to the slave.
Put this in the hands of Commander Vegentius within a quarter of a glass, on pain of your life. Go.
The slave bowed and all but ran from the room.
If all have not yet come, Albinus said as soon as the slave had gone, there may yet be time to stop her before she reaches the palace.
He hurried to the lacquered chest, unlocking it with the key that hung about his neck.
And stop her I will.
Demetrio eyed the chest and its contents uneasily.
How? Kill her? You have not the stuff of kings in you, Albinus laughed. There is a subtle art in shaping punishment to fit the crime and the criminal. Now stand aside and be silent.
The slender young noble needed no second warning. He buried his nose in his pomander. Was it not said that all sorceries had great stenches associated with them, and wished most fervently that he were elsewhere at that moment? Carelessly sweeping a priceless bowl of Girgis crystal from a table to shatter on the floor, Albinus laid in its place a round silver tray graven with an intricate pattern that pained the eye which tried to follow it. With hurried movements, he pushed back the flowing sleeves of his deep blue tunic, opened a vial, and traced a portion of that pattern in scarlet liquid, muttering incantations beneath his breath as he did. The liquid followed the precise lines worked in the silver. A closed rubiate intent her serving maids had been easily bribed to provide the gleanings of her brush, was emptied into a mortar wrought from the skull of a virgin. Certain other ingredients were minutely measured on burnished golden scales and added to the skull. The mixture then ground by a pestle made of an infant's thigh bone. With this concoction he traced other lines of that scribing on the tray. Powder and liquid each formed a closed figure, yet though no part of one touched the other, some portions of each shape seemed to be within the other. But those portions were not always the same, and the eye that looked on them too long spun with nausea and dizziness. For a bare moment Albinus paused, anticipating, savoring. There had been the matter of the droughts, but this was the first time that he had struck so at a human being. The power of it seemed to course through his veins, building like the pleasure of taking a woman. Every instant of prolonging made the pleasure greater. But he knew there was no time. Spreading his arms, he began to chant in a long, dead tongue, his voice invoking, commanding. Powder and liquid began to glow, and his words became more insistent. Demetrio moved back as the arcane syllables pierced his brain, not stopping until he stood against the wall. He understood no single one of them, yet all had meaning in the depths of his soul, and the evil that he cherished there knew itself for a lighted spill beside a dark burning mountain. He would have screamed, but terror had him by the throat. His screams echoed in the sunless caverns of his mind. Albinus's voice grew no louder, yet his words seemed to shake the walls. Tapestries stirred as if at unseen, unfelt wind. The glow from the silver tray grew, brighter, ever brighter, till it sliced through closed eyelids like razors of fire. Then powder and liquid alike were no more, replaced by burning mist that still held the shape of that pattern, and seemed more solid than those first substances had been. A clap sounded in the room, as thunder, and the mist was gone, the graven silver surface clear. The glow lingered a moment longer behind the eyes, then it too faded. Albinus sighed heavily and lowered his arms. "Done," he muttered. "'Tis done." His gaze rose to meet that of Demetrio. The slender young man shivered. "My lord Albinus," Demetrio said, long unattempted humility cloying in his throat, yet driven by his fear, I would say again that I serve you to the best of my abilities, and that I wish no more than to see you take your rightful place on the dragon throne."
"You are a good servant," Albinus said, his mouth curling with cruel amusement.
The young noble's face flushed with anger, but he stammered, "I am." Albinus's voice was as smooth and as cutting as the surgeon's knife.
"Then be silent until I have need for you to serve me again."
Demetrio's face went pale. Albinus noted it, but said nothing. The youth was beginning to learn his proper place in the scheme of things. He had his uses in gathering information. Perhaps, and he learned his place well enough, he could be allowed to live. Carefully, the cruel-eyed lord relocked the lacquered chest.
"Come," he said, turning from the chest. "We have little time to meet the others."
He saw the question, "What others?" trembling on Demetrio's lips. When it did not come, he allowed himself a smile. Such was the proper attitude toward a king, to accept what was given. How sweet it would be to have all of Nemedia so, and perhaps beyond Nemedia. Why should borders decided by others deter him? In short order they had donned heavy cloaks against the night and left the palace. 4 slaves carried torches, 2 before and 2 behind. 10 armed and armored guards, mail and leather creaking, surrounded Albinus as he made his way through the dark streets. That they surrounded Demetrio as well was incidental. They saw no one, although scurrying feet could often be heard as footpads, and others who lurked in the night hurried to be out of the way, and from time to time some glimmer of sound from the Street of Regrets came to them as the wind shifted. Elsewhere, those who could not afford to hire bodyguards slept ill at ease, praying that theirs would not be among the houses ravaged that night. Then, as they approached Sifana's place, where fluted marble columns rose behind the alabaster wall enclosing her garden, a procession of torches appeared down the street. Albinus stopped some distance from the palace gate, waiting in silence for a proper greeting.
"Is that you, Albinus?"
came Vegentius's growl.
"A foul night, and a foul thing to have to slit the throat of one of my own captains."
Albinus's mouth twisted. This one would not live, not an he were 100 times as useful. He waited to speak until Vegentius and his followers, a score of golden leopards, their cloaks thrown back to give sword arms free play, half bearing torches, were close enough to be seen clearly.
"At least you managed to dispose of Baitus. Have you found the barbarian?" "Taurus has sent no word," the big soldier said. "'Tis likely, pursued as he was, that he's no more than a common thief or murderer. Not to concern us."
Albinus favored him with a scornful glance. "Whatever disrupts a meeting like that concerns me. Why did the guard pursue him so? Long time has passed ere they were known for such enthusiasm."
"This matter differs from that of Melius. I have no pretext to ask questions of the guard. Make one," Albinus commanded. "And now force me this gate."
Vegentius spoke quietly to his men. 6 of them moved quickly to the wall, dividing into 2 groups. In each trio 2 men linked hands to lift the third, who laid his cloak across the jagged shards of pottery set on the top of the wall, and scrambled over to drop on the far side. From thence a startled cry was heard, then cut significantly short. With a rattle of stout bars being lifted, the gates swung open. Albinus marched in, sparing not a glance for the guard who lay in the light spilling from the small gatehouse, surrounded by a spreading pool of blood. Vegentius told off 2 more men to remain at the gate. The rest followed the hawk-faced lord through the landscape gardens to the palace itself, with its pale columns and intricately worked cornices, and up broad marble stairs to a spacious portico. Some ran to throw back the tall bronze-hung doors with a crash. In the columned entry hall, 6 men started and stared as soldiers rushed in to surround them with bared blades.
"Dispose of them,"
Albinus ordered without slowing. He went straight to the alabaster stairs, Demetrio trailing after. Behind him, men began shouting for mercy as they were herded away. "No!" a skinny, big-nosed man screamed. "I would not have done it! Vegentius's boot propelled him beyond hearing. Albinus made his way to Sophana's bedchamber, along halls he once had traversed for more carnal purposes. But not, he thought as he opened the door, for more pleasurable ones. Demetrio followed him diffidently into the room, peering fearfully for the destruction the magic had wrought. There seemed to be none. Sophana lay on her bed, though to be sure she did not move or acknowledge their presence. She was naked, a robe of blue silk clutched in her hand, as if she had been on the point of donning it when she decided instead to lie down. Albinus chuckled, a dry sound like the rattle of a poisonous serpent. The slender youth crept forward. Her eyes were open. They seemed to have life, to see. He touched her arm and gasped. It was as hard as stone. "She still lives," Albinus said suddenly, "a living statue. She will not have to worry about losing her beauty with age now." Demetrio shivered. Would it not have been simpler to kill her? The hawk-faced lord gave him a glance that was all the more frightening for its seeming benevolence. "A king must think of object lessons. Who thinks of betraying me will think next on Sophana's fate and wonder at his own. Death is much more easily faced. Would you betray me now, Demetrio?" Mouth suddenly too dry for words, the perfumed youth shook his head. Vegentius entered the room, laughing. "You should have heard their crying and begging, as if tears and pleas would stay our steel." "They are disposed of, then," Albinus said. "All who were under this roof, servants and slaves as well." The big square-faced man drew a broad finger across his throat with a crude laugh. "In the cesspool. There was one, Lucas, he said his name was, as if it mattered, who wept like a woman and said it was not he, but one named Conan who was to do the deed. Anything to— What ails you, Albinus?" The hawk-faced lord had gone pale. His eyes locked with those of Demetrio. "Conan. 'Twas the name of he from whom you bought the sword." Demetrio nodded, but Albinus, though looking at him, saw other things. He whispered, uttering his thoughts unaware. "Coincidence? Such is the work of the gods, and when they tangle the skeins of men's fates so, it is for cause. Such cause could be murderous of ambition. I dare not risk it." "It cannot be the same man," Vegentius protested. "Two with such a barbarous name," Albinus retorted. "I think not. Find him." His obsidian glare drilled each man in turn, turning them to stone with its malignancy. "I want this Conan's head." 11. Conan poured another dipperful of water over his head and peered blearily about the courtyard behind the Festus. The first thing his eye lit on was Ariane, arms crossed, and a disapproving glint in her eye. "If you must go off to strange taverns," she said firmly, "drinking and carousing through the small hours, you must expect your head to hurt." "My head does not hurt," Conan replied, taking up a piece of rough toweling to scrub his face and hair dry. His face hidden, he winced into the toweling. He hoped fervently that she would not shout. If she did, his skull would surely explode. "I looked for you last night," she went on. "Your meeting with Taurus is arranged, though he wished no part of it at first. You have little time now. I'll give you directions." "You are not coming?" She shook her head. "He was very angry at our having approached you. He says we know nothing of fighting men, of how to choose good from bad. After I told him about you, though, he changed his mind. At least he will meet you and decide for himself, but the rest of us are not to come. That is to let us know he's angry." "Mayhap." Conan tossed aside the toweling and hesitated, choosing his words. "I must speak to you of something. About Lucas. He is putting you in danger." "Lucas?" she said incredulously. What danger could he put me in? On yesterday he came to me with some goat-brained talk of killing Geryon, of assassination. And he tries that. It's preposterous, she broke in. Lucas is the last of us ever to speak for any action, especially violent action. He cares for naught save his philosophy and women. Women, the big Sumerian laughed. That skinny worm? Yes, indeed, my muscular friend, she replied archly. Why, he's accounted quite the lover by those women he's known. You among them? He growled, his massive fists knotting. For a moment she stared, then her eyes flared with anger. You do not own me, Sumerian. You have no leave to question me of what I did or did not do with Lucas or anyone else.
What's this of Lucas? Gracchus said, ambling into the courtyard. Have you seen him, or heard where he is?
No, Ariane snapped, her face coloring. And what call have you to skulk about like some spy? Gracchus seemed to hear nothing beyond her denial.
He's not been seen since last night, nor Stefano either. When I heard his name mentioned, he laughed weakly. Perhaps we could stand to lose a philosopher or three, but if they're taking sculptors this time as well...
He laughed again, but his face was a sickly green. Ariane was suddenly soothing. They will return. She laid a concerned hand on the stocky man's shoulder. Why, like as not, they wasted the night in drink. Conan here did the same.
Why should they not return? Conan asked.
Ariane shot him a dagger look, but Gracchus answered shakily.
Some months past, some of our friends disappeared. Painters and sketchers they were. But two were never seen again, their bodies found in a refuse heap beyond the city walls, where golden leopards had been seen to bury them. We think Geryon wishes to frighten us into silence.
It sounds not like the way of a king, Conan said, frowning. They frighten with public executions and the like. Gracchus suddenly looked ready to vomit. Ariane scowled at Conan. Should you not be making ready to meet Taurus? Without waiting for an answer, she turned to Gracchus, uttering soothing sounds and stroking his brow. Disgruntled, Conan tugged on his padded undertunic and jazzerate hauberk, muttering to himself on the peculiarities of Ariane. As he buckled his sword belt about him, she spoke again. Do you need to go so, as if armed for war? Her tone was biting, her annoyance at him still high. You'll not have to fight him. I have my reasons, Conan muttered. Not for a sack of gold as big as a cask would he have told her that someone in the city was trying to kill him. In her present mood, she would think he was trying to shift her sympathy from Gracchus to himself. Ehrlich take all women, he thought. Setting his spiked helm on his head, he said coldly, Give me your directions for finding this Taurus. Her face as she gave them was just as cold. The street of the smiths, whence Ariane's directions took him, was lined not only with the shops of swordsmiths and ironworkers, but also of smiths in gold, silver, copper, brass, tin, and bronze. A cacophony of hammering blended with the cries of sellers to make the street a solid sheet of noise, reverberating from end to end. The guilds made sure that a man who worked one metal did not work another, but so too did they hire the guards that patrolled the street. No bravos lurked on the street of the smiths, and shoppers strolled with an ease seen nowhere else in the city. As he came closer to the place of the meeting, rooms reached by entering a narrow hall next to a coppersmith's shop and climbing the stairs at its end, the less he wished to enter it unprepared. He had no reason to foresee trouble, but too many times of late someone had tried to put a blade into him. Short of the coppersmiths, he began to dawdle, pausing here to heft a gleaming sword, there to finger a silver bowl hammered in an intricate pattern of leaves. But all the while he observed the building that housed the coppersmith with an eye honed by years as a thief. A pair of guild guards had stopped to watch him, where he stood before a silversmith's open-fronted shop. He raised the bowl he held to his ear and thumped it. Too much tin, he said, shaking his head and tossing the bowl back on the merchant's table. He strolled off, pursued by the silversmith's frenzied imprecations, but the guards paid him no more mind. Just beyond the coppersmiths was an alley, smelling as much of mold and old urine as any other in the city. Into this he slipped, hurrying down its narrow length. As he had hoped, damp air and mold had flaked away most of the mud plastered over the stones of the building. A quick glance showed that no one was looking down the alley from the street. His fingers sought cracks amid the poorly dressed and poorly mortared stone. Another might have found such a climb impossible, most especially in heavy hauberk and boots, but to one of the Cimmerian mountains the wide chinks in the stone were as good as a highway. He scrambled up the side of the building so quickly that someone who had seen him standing on the ground and looked away for a moment might well have thought he had simply disappeared. As he heaved himself onto the red clay tiles of the roof, a smile lit his face. Set in the roof was a skylight, a frame stretched with panes of fish skin. It was, he was certain, situated above the room he sought. Carefully, so as not to dislodge loose tiles and perhaps send himself hurtling to the street below, he made his way to the skylight. The panes were clear enough to allow some light through, but not for seeing. It was the work of a moment with his belt dagger to make a slit, to which he put his eye. The room below was narrow, and ill-lit even with the skylight and 2 brass lamps on a table. In it 4 men stood, 2 with cocked crossbows in hands, watching the door through which he was supposed to walk. The big Cimmerian shook his head, in anger and wonder at the same time. It was one thing to be wary of trouble where none was expected, another to find it waiting there. "Is he coming or not?" One of the men without a crossbow asked irritably. He had a deep scar across the top of his head, where someone had caught him a blow that should have killed him. "He'll come," the other man with no crossbow replied. "The girl said she'd send him right to this room." Conan froze. Ariane. Could she have sent him here to die? "What will you tell her?" the horribly scarred man asked. "She has influence enough to cause trouble, Taurus." "That I hired him," Taurus laughed, "and sent him out of the city to join the others she thinks I've hired. That should keep her quiet." Lying on the roof, the big Cimmerian heaved a sigh of relief. Whatever Ariane had done, she had done unknowingly. Then the rest of what Taurus had said penetrated. The others she thought he had hired. It was as he had feared. The young rebels were being duped. Conan had a great many questions for Taurus. His broadsword slipped from its sheath, steel rasping on leather. "Be you sure," Taurus told the crossbowman, "to fire the instant he steps into the room. These barbers die hard." "Even now he is a dead man," one of the pair replied. The other laughed and patted his crossbow. A wolfish grin came to Conan's face. It was time to see who would die in that room. Like silent death, he rose and leaped. "Crom!" he roared as his feet tore through the skylight. The men below had only time to start. Then Conan's boots struck one of the crossbowmen squarely atop his head, bearing him to the floor with a crunch of snapping vertebrae. The second crossbowman desperately swung his weapon, trying to bring it to bear. Conan kept his balance with cat-like skill and pivoted, dagger darting over the swinging crossbow to transfix the bowman's throat. With a gurgling scream, he who had named the Cimmerian a dead man himself died, squeezing the trigger lever as he did. Abruptly, the scar-topped man, sword half-drawn, coughed once and toppled, the crossbow quarrel projecting from his left eye. Using the dagger as a handle, Conan hurled the sagging body of the bowman at Taurus, and as he did, he recognized that pock-marked face. Taurus had been at that other meeting he had interrupted by coming through the roof. The pocked man staggered, clawing for his sword, as the corpse struck him. "You!" he gasped, getting his first clear look at the Cimmerian's face. Snarling, Conan struck, his blade clanging against the hilt of the other's partially drawn sword. Taurus shrieked, severed fingers dropping to the floor, and yet he was no man to go down easily. Even while blood flowed from his mutilated right hand, his left snatched his dagger from its sheath. With a cry of rage, he lunged. It would have been easy for Conan to kill the man then, but he wanted answers more than he wanted Taurus's death. Sidestepping Taurus's lunge, he clubbed his fisted hilt against the back of the pock-faced man's neck. The lunge became a stumble, and, yelling, Taurus fell over the scarred man's body and crashed to the floor. He twitched once, emitting a long sigh, and did not rise. Cursing, Conan heaved the man onto his back. Taurus's limp fingers slid away from his dagger, now embedded in his own chest. His sightless eyes stared at the Cimmerian. "Early take you," Conan muttered. "I wanted you alive." Wiping his blade on Taurus's tunic, he returned the sword to its scabbard, thinking furiously all the while. The man was condemned out of his own mouth of duping the young rebels. Yet he had had that meeting with two who, by their clothing and bearing, were men of wealth and position. He had to assume that that meeting had a related purpose, and that someone did indeed intend to move against Geryon, using Ariane and the rest as tools. And tools had a way of being broken and discarded once their use was done. As Conan tugged his dagger from the crossbowman's throat, the door suddenly swung open. He crouched, dagger at the ready, and found himself staring across the corpse at Ariane and Gracchus. The stocky sculptor seemed to turn to stone as his bulging eyes swept the carnage. Ariane met Conan's gaze with a look of infinite sadness. "I did not think Taurus had the right to exclude us from this meeting," she said slowly. "I thought we should be here, to speak up for you, to—" Her words trailed off in a weary sigh. "They intended my death, Ariane," Conan said. She glanced from the shattered skylight frame on the floor to the opening in the roof. Which of them leapt from above Conan? It seems clear that one entered that way, to kill. I wondered so when you armored yourself and would not tell me why. Wondered and prayed I was wrong. Why did the fool girl have to take everything wrongly, he thought angrily. I listened at the skylight, Ariane, and entered that way, after I heard them speak of slaying me. Think you they had cocked crossbows to slay rats? She looked at him, levelly, but with eyes lacking hope or life. He drew a deep breath. Hear me, Ariane. This man Taurus has hired no armed men to aid your rebellion. I heard him say this. You killed them, Gracchus suddenly shouted. The stocky man's face was flushed, and he panted as if from great exertion. It is as Stephano feared. Did you kill him also, and Lucas? Mean you to slay us all? You will not. You cannot. There are hundreds of us. We will slay you first. Suddenly he glanced down the hall toward the stairs, and with a shrill cry dashed in the other direction. Ariane did not move. Hordo appeared in the doorway, gazing briefly after the fleeing sculptor. His lone eye took in the bodies. I returned to the Festus in time to hear the girl and the others speak of following you. It looks well that I decided to follow them in turn. Ariane stirred. Will you murder me now, too, Conan? The Cimmerian rounded on her angrily. Do you not know me well enough by now to know I would not harm you? I thought I did, she said hollowly. Her eyes traveled from one corpse to the next, and she laughed hysterically. I know nothing of you. Nothing. Conan reached for her, but she shied away from his big hand. I cannot fight you, she whispered, but an you touch me, my dagger can yet seek my own heart. He jerked back his hand as if it had been burnt. At last he said coldly, Do not remain here o'er long. Corpses attract scavengers, and those with 2 legs will see you as more booty. She did not look at him or make answer. Come, Hordo, he growled. The one-eyed man followed him from the room. In the street, those who saw Conan's dark face and the ice of his blue eyes stepped clear of his sweeping strides. Hordo hurried to keep up, asking, once they were clear of the clangor of the Street of the Smiths, What occurred in that room, Cimmerian, to turn the girl so against you? Conan's look at Hordo was deadly, but in swift, terse sentences he told of how he had gone there, of what he had heard and what deduced. I am too old for this, Hordo groaned. Not only must we watch for Gracchus and the others to put knives in our backs, but not knowing who among the nobles and merchants is embraced in this, with whom can we take service? Where do we go now, Cimmerian?
to the only place left for us," Conan replied grimly. "The king."
12. On the wide marble steps of the Temple of Mitra, a startled man dropped a cage of doves as the Free Company made its way down the narrow, winding street. So surprised was he to see mounted and armed men in the temple district that he watched them open-mouthed, not even noticing that his cage had broken and his intended sacrifices were beating aloft on white wings. Hordo's saddle creaked as he leaned forward and whispered fiercely to Conan, "This is madness. 'Twill be luck if we are not met atop the hill by the hole of the golden leopards." Conan shook his head without answering. He knew full well that approaching the royal palace unannounced with 20 armed men was far from the proper way to appeal for entry into the king's service. He knew, too, that there was no time for more usual methods, such as bribery, and that left only enlistment in the Nemedian army. Or this. In truth, it was not the golden leopards who troubled him so much as the young rebels. Desperate, believing he had betrayed them or was on the way to do so, they might try almost anything. And these winding streets that climbed the hill to the royal palace were a prime place for ambush. Those streets were a remnant of ancient times. For once, in the dim past, what would become the royal palace had been a hilltop fortress, about which a village had risen, a village which over the centuries had grown into Belverus. But long after the hilltop fortress had become the royal palace of Nemedia, long after the rude village huts had been replaced by columned temples of alabaster and marble and polished granite, the serpentine streets remained. The palace itself retained much of the fortress about it, although its battlements were now of lustrous white marble and towers of porphyry and greenstone rose within. The portcullises were of iron beneath their gilt, and drawbridges spanned a dry moat bottomed with spikes. Round about it all a sward of grass, close-cropped as if in a landscaped garden, yet holding not the smallest growth that might shelter a stealthy approach, separated the palace from the temple district that encircled the hill below. At the edge of the greensward, Conan halted the company. "Wait here," he commanded. "Gladly," Hordo muttered. Alone, Conan rode forward, his big black stallion prancing slightly. 2 pikemen in golden cloaks guarded the drawbridge, and a man in the crested helmet of an officer stepped out from the barbican as the big Cimmerian drew rein. "What seek you here?" the officer demanded. He eyed the rest of the Free Company thoughtfully, but they were distant and few in number. "I wish to enter my company in the service of King Geryon," Conan replied. "I have trained them in a method of fighting new to Nemedia and to the Western world." The officer smiled in mockery. "Never yet have I heard of a Free Company without some supposedly secret art of war. What is yours?" "I will demonstrate," Conan said. "It is better in the showing." Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. His one real fear beyond reaching the palace had been that they would not so much as listen. "Very well," the officer said slowly, eyeing the rest of the company once more. "You alone may enter and demonstrate. But be you warned, and this secret is something every recruit in the Nemedian army is taught. As are most Free Company tricks, you will be stripped and flogged from the gates to the foot of the hill for the edification of your company." Conan touched boots to the big stallion's flanks. The horse pranced forward a step. The pikemen leveled their weapons, and the officer looked wary. The Cimmerian allowed a cold smile to touch his mouth, but not his eyes. "'Tis nothing known to any Nemedian, though it may be taught to recruits." The officer's mouth tightened at his tone. "I think others might like to see this, barber." He stuck his head back into the gatehouse and muttered an order. A golden-cloaked soldier emerged, gave Conan an appraising glance, and sped into the palace. As Conan rode through the gate following the officer, other soldiers appeared from the barbican, some following behind. The Cimmerian wondered if they came to watch or to guard that he did not take the palace single-handed. The outer court was paved in flagstone, 400 paces in each direction, and surrounded by arcaded walks to the height of 4 stories. Beyond those walks, directly opposite the gate, could be seen the towers that rose in the gardens of the inner court,
and the palace proper wherein King Geryon and his court lived. The soldiers who had followed dropped back deferentially as a score of officers, led by one as large as Conan himself, appeared. The officer who had brought Conan in bowed as this big man came near.
"All honor to you, Commander Vegentius," he said. "I hope this barber might provide some entertainment."
"Yes, Tega," Vegentius said absently, his eye on Conan, and a strangely wary eye, the Cimmerian thought. Abruptly, the big officer said,
"You, barber, know I you or you me?"
His hand tightened on his sword as he spoke. Conan shook his head. "I know you not, Commander." Though, as he thought on it, this Vegentius did look familiar, but vaguely, as one seen but briefly. No matter, he thought. The memory would come, and it were important. Vegentius seemed to relax as the Cimmerian spoke. Smiling vigorously, he said, "Let us have this demonstration. Tega, get the barber what he needs for it." "I need a straw butt," Conan told the officer, "or some other mark." Laughter rose among the officers as Tega chose out 2 soldiers to fetch a butt.
"Archery," one of them laughed loudly. "I saw that bow at his saddle, but thought it for a child." "Mayhap he shoots it with one hand," another replied.
Conan kept his silence as the comments grew more ribald, though his jaw tightened. Removing the short weapon from its lacquered saddle case, he carefully checked the tension of the string.
"A harp!" someone shouted. "He plays it like a harp."
Conan fingered through the 40 arrows in the quiver strapped behind the cantle of his saddle, making sure once again that each fletching was sound.
"He must miss often to carry so many shafts. Nay, he uses the feathers to tickle women. Take her ankle, you see, and turn her—"
The laughing comments droned on, some measure of silence falling only when the soldiers returned with a straw butt. "Set it there," Conan commanded, pointing to a spot some 50 paces away. The soldiers ran to comply, as eager as their superiors to see the barbarian's discomfiture.
"Not a great distance, barber."
"But it's a child's bow." Breathing deeply to calm himself, Conan rode away from the bunched officers, stopping when he was a full 200 paces from the butt. Knocking a shaft, he paused. This demonstration must proceed perfectly, and for that his concentration must be on the target, not clouded by anger at the chattering baboons who called themselves officers.
"Why wait, you barber?" Vegentius shouted. "Dismount and—"
With a wild cry, Conan swung the bow up and fired. Even as the shaft thudded home in the butt, he was putting boot to the stallion's flanks, galloping forward at full speed, sparks striking from the flagstones beneath the big black's drumming hooves, firing as quickly as he could knock arrow to bowstring, shouting the ululating war cry that oft had wrung fear from the warriors of Gunderland and Hyperborea and the Bossonian marches. Arrow after arrow sped straight to the butt. At 100 paces distant he pressed with his knee, and the massive stallion broke faultlessly to the right. Conan fired again and again, mind and eye one with bow, with shaft, with target. Again his knees pressed, and the war-trained stallion pivoted, rearing and reversing his direction within his own length. Still Conan fired, thundering back the way he had come. When at last he put hand to rein, there were 4 arrows left in the quiver behind his saddle, and he knew, did anyone count the feathered shafts that peppered the butt, they would number 36. He cantered back to the now silent officers.
"What sorcery is this?" Vegentius demanded. "Have your arrows been magicked, that they strike home while you careen like a madman?"
"No sorcery," Conan replied, laughing. For it was indeed his turn to laugh at the stunned expressions worn by the officers. "'Tis accounted a skill, though not a vast one, if a man can hit a running deer with a bow. This is but a step beyond. I myself had no knowledge at all of the bow when I was taught."
"Taught!"
Tega exclaimed, not noticing the glare Vegentius gave him. "Who? Where?" "Far to the east," Conan said. "There the bow is the principal weapon of light cavalry. In Turan—"
"Whatever they do in these strange lands," Vegentius broke in harshly, "'tis of no matter here. We have no need of outlandish ways. A phalanx of good Nemedian infantry will clear any field without this frippery of bowmen on horses.
Conan considered telling him what a few thousand mounted Turanian archers would do to that phalanx. But before he could speak, another group approached, and the officers were all bowing low. Leading this procession was a tall, square-faced man, the crown on his head, a golden dragon with ruby eyes, and a great pearl clutched in its paws, proclaiming him to be King Geryon. Yet Conan had no eyes for the king, nor the counselors who surrounded him, nor the courtiers who trailed him, for there was among them a woman to seize the eye. A long-legged, full-breasted blonde, she was no gently born lady, not wearing transparent red silk held by pearl clasps at her shoulders and snugged about her slender waist by entwined ropes of pearls set in gold. But an she were someone's leman, he paid her not the attention he ought, for she returned Conan's stare, if not so openly as he, yet with a smoky heat that quickened his blood. Conan saw that Geryon was approaching him, and doffed his helm, hoping the king had not seen the direction of his gaze. "I saw your exhibition from the gallery," Geryon said warmly, "and I have never seen the like." His brown eyes were friendly, which meant he had not noticed Conan's gaze, though not so open as the eyes of one who did not sit on a throne. "How are you called?" "I am Conan," the Cimmerian replied, "Conan of Samaria." He did not see the blood drain from Vegentius's face. "Do you come merely to entertain, Conan?" "I come to enter your service," Conan said, "with my lieutenant and 20 men trained to use the bow as I do." "Most excellent," Geryon said, clapping a hand against the stallion's shoulder. "Always have I had an interest in innovations of warfare. Why, from my childhood I as much as lived in the army camps. Now," a trace of bitterness crept into his voice, "I have not even time to practice with my sword." "My king," Vegentius said deferentially, "this thing is no better than trickery, an entertainment but of no use in war." As he spoke, his eyes drifted to Conan. The Cimmerian thought, but could not believe it was a look of hatred and fear. "No, good Vegentius," Geryon said, shaking his head. "Your advice is often sound on matters military, but this time you are wrong." Vegentius opened his mouth. Geryon ignored him. "Hear me now, Conan of Samaria. An you enter my service, I will give each man of yours 3 gold marks, and 3 more each 10 day. To yourself 10 gold marks, and another each day you serve me." "It is meet," Conan said levelly. No merchant would have paid more than half so well. Geryon nodded. "It is done, then. But you must practice the sword with me for a full glass each day, for I see by the wear of your hilt that you have some knowledge of that weapon as well. Vegentius, see that Conan has quarters within the palace, and let them be spacious." In the way of kings, having issued his commands, Geryon strode away without further words, soldiers bowing as he left, courtiers and counselors trailing in his wake. The blonde went too, but as she went her eyes played on Conan's face with furnace heat. From the corner of his eye, Conan saw Vegentius moving away. "Commander Vegentius," he called, "did not the king say my company was to be quartered?" Vegentius almost snarled his reply. "The king said you were to receive quarters, barber. He said not of that ragtag you call a company. Let them quarter in the gutter." And he too stalked away. Some of Conan's euphoria left him. He could not run whining to Geryon, asking that Vegentius be made to quarter his men. There were inns aplenty at the foot of the hill, but in even the cheapest of them he would have to supplement the men's pay from his own purse. That would strain even his newfound resources. Yet it was not the worst of his worries. Why did Vegentius hate him? He must discover the answer before he was forced to kill the man. And he would have to keep the blonde from getting him beheaded, while enjoying her favors, if possible. But then, when had one born on a battlefield sought a life free of troubles? Laughing, he rode to the gate to tell the others of their fortune. 13. The high-domed ceiling of plain gray stone was well lit by cressets brass-hung about the bare walls, in which there was no window and but a single door, and that well guarded on the outside. Albinus would allow no slightest risk to that which the room housed. Even but gazing on it, he felt the power that would come to him from it. Centered in the room was a circular stone platform, no higher than a step from the floor, and on it sat a large rectangular block of peculiarly beige clay. It was that clay that would give Albinus the dragon throne. "Lord Albinus, I demand again to know why I am brought here and imprisoned." Albinus schooled his face to a smile before turning to the scowling, bushy-browed man who confronted him with fists clenched. "A misapprehension on the part of my guards, good Stefano. I but told them to fetch to me the great sculptor Stefano, and they overstepped themselves. I will have them flogged, I assure you." Stefano waved that last away as unimportant, though Albinus noted he did not ask for the guards to be spared their promised flogging. "You have heard of me?" the sculptor asked instead, his chest puffing. "Of course," Albinus replied, hard put not to laugh. This man was read as easily as a page of large script. "'Tis why I want you to sculpt this statue for me. As you can see, your implements are all provided." He gestured a low table that held every sort of sculptor's tool. "'Tis all wrong," Stefano said with overbearing condescension. "Clay is used for small figures. Statues are of stone or bronze." Albinus's lips retained their smile, but his eyes were frozen coals. "The clay is brought all the way from Kitai." He could think of no more distant land to serve as a source. "When fired, it has the hardness of bronze, yet is lighter than the damp clay. On the table are sketches of he whom the statue is to portray. Examine them." Looking doubtfully at the block of clay, Stefano took up the parchments, unrolled them, and gasped. "Why, this is Geryon." "Our gracious king," Albinus agreed unctuously, though he near choked on the words. "'Tis to be a present for him. A surprise." "But how is the work to be clothed?" the sculptor asked, ruffling through the drawings. "In all of these is he naked?" "And so is the sculpture to be." Albinus forestalled the surprise on Stefano's face by adding, "Such is the custom of Kitai with statues of this clay. They are clothed in actual garments, this raiment being changed from time to time so that the figure is clothed always in the latest fashion." He was pleased with himself for that invention. He wondered if it might not be amusing to have a statue done so of himself once he ascended the throne. Stefano laughed suddenly, a harsh sound like the scraping of slates. "And what would be done with a naked statue of Geryon, were Geryon no longer on the throne?" "An unlikely event," Albinus said blandly. Stefano looked startled, as if not realizing he had spoken aloud. Of course. His face hardened, thick brows drawing down. "Yet why should I accept the offer of this commission, following as it does a night spent locked in your cellars?" "A grievous error for which I have apologized. Shall we say 1,000 gold marks?" "I have no interest in gold," the sculptor sneered. "To be distributed to the poor," Albinus continued smoothly. "I have heard much of the good charities you do in Hellgate." Stefano's face did not soften, but the hawk-faced lord saw the way. His voice became a mesmeric whisper. "Think of all the good that you could do with 1,000 pieces of gold. Think of your fellows following you as you distribute it. I would wager none of them has ever had the 100th part so much to give." Stefano nodded slowly, staring at the wall as if he saw a scene there. How they would laud you, following in your steps with their praises. How great you would be in their eyes. Albinus fell silent, waiting. Stefano seemed to stand straighter. Abruptly he shook himself and gave an embarrassed laugh. Of a certainty, great good could come from so much gold. I was lost in thought of those I could help. Of course. The cruel-faced lord smiled. Then his voice became brisker. This must be a surprise to Geryon. To that end, none may know that you are here. Food and drink will be brought to you, and women, should you desire. Daily will you have leave of the gardens, and you remember your caution. Now, get you to your labor, for time presses. When Albinus left that room, he stood trembling between the guards, who stood with bared swords to either side of the door. His stomach roiled with nausea. That he should have to treat one such as Stefano as near an equal. It was ill to be borne. Yet such could not be driven to their work by threat or even torture, as he had discovered to his regret, for the works they then produced were fatally flawed. A deferential touch on the sleeve of his tunic brought him erect, teeth bared in a snarl. The slave who had touched him cowered back, his head bent low. "Forgive me, master, but Commander Vigentius awaits, much exercised, and bids me beg your presence." Albinus thrust the man aside and strode down the hall. He had every detail planned. Had the soldier contrived to foul some part of the scheme, he would geld him with his own hand. Vigentius was in the columned entry hall, pacing, his face beaded with sweat. He began to speak as soon as Albinus appeared. "Conan, the barber who fought Melius and took his sword after, he whom Lucas named part of Siphona's plot. Now one of that name has caught Geryon's eye and taken service with him. And I recognize him. It is he who broke into our meeting with Taurus. 4 times has he tangled himself in our planning, Albinus, and I like it not. I like it not. 'Tis an ill omen." "Do the gods join in my affairs?" Albinus whispered, not realizing that he spoke. "Do they think to contend with me?" Louder, he said, "Speak not of ill omens. This very morning a soothsayer told me that I would wear the dragon crown at my death. I had him slain, of course, to still his tongue. With such a prophecy of success, what omen can one barbarian be?" The square-faced soldier bared a handspan of his blade. "Easily could I slay him. He is alone in the palace, with none to guard his back." "Fool," Albinus greeted, "a murder within the palace, and Geryon will think strongly to his safety. We do not need him on his guard." Vigentius sneered. "His safety lies in my hand. 1 in 3 of the golden leopards answers to